Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay holding it down right here on the Midday Texas Sports Unfiltered. Got some interesting news to talk about. Ryan Wingo saying he's ready to run it back. And Hero Canoe told our man, look at this crazy camera deal.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Hero Canoe told our man Hank South that he'll be back for the 2026 season. So Texas getting some good news today. Of course, Nick Brooks is planning to go into the portal. So all the developmental offensive linemen, you know. But hey, Ryan Wingo, we knew that he was going to benefit. I mean, he will benefit tremendously from Cam Coleman. Ryan Wingo should be doing cartwheels. The Cam Coleman's coming in because that guy's going to demand the double teams, the safety over the top. That should leave Ryan Wingo with all kinds of room to operate. Zay, what's going on?
What's up, dog? Happy Wednesday, everybody. Hump day. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Oh, man. I'm doing great.
Yeah, shout out to Ryan Wingo, man. I mean, I thought it was a done deal since he was such a big part of the Cam Coleman get. He was one of the guys that was showing Cam Coleman around the crib and around the 40 acres, getting him acclimated and showing him what life could be like here in the beautiful city of Austin, Texas. And, you know, Ryan Wingo, I got to salute him. And people probably asking why are you saluting Ryan Wingo? You know, all them drops this year, so up and down. And yeah, okay. But he had some good moments too. And he could have easily tested the market, looked at himself kind of like DeAndre Moore, and said, you know what? Them bringing in Cam Coleman, I should be wide receiver one. Why don't they believe in me to be wide receiver one? And that's clearly not the case. I think he understands that there's a lot of food on this plate for everybody to eat off of. And now, like you said, Chip, with all the attention that Cam Coleman's going to get, the running back room improving, Arch Manning improving, and you got Emmett Mosley the fifth, Ryan Wingo, yeah, he's going to be a lot better here in his junior year than he was in his sophomore year. So, yeah, for a guy that could have been offended by the Cam Coleman situation, he said, I'm good with it. I'm good being number two. And whatever comes with that, I'm trying to win here at Texas and build the legacy that he already has done in his first 2 years. So kudos to him for that.
Yeah, and Ryan Wingo is – no one's questioning what he's like with the ball in his hands. I mean, he is explosive. He can, you know, turn a simple screen into a 65-yard touchdown as we've seen. And – you know, this should only free him up. So, and Emmett Mosley and the running game. That's the kind of presence that Cam Coleman has, and it should be fun to watch. I mean, it should be really fun to watch. And Hero Canoe, that dude was a revelation this year. I mean, he was the most productive of the 5 transfer defensive tackles. He played at a high level and became a vocal leader. And that leadership is going to be huge as, you know, this defense transitions in new coaches, new players. And it helps when your big guys up front are your vocal leaders, because those are the biggest, scariest dudes on the team, although Hero Canoe has like this amazing personality. He is as fun to interview as it gets. Guy is, hilarious. So, and look, they've added the nose tackles and they've held on to the three techniques that they want. They've held on to Hero Canoe. They've held on to Alex January. They've held on to Murad Watson. So you have Josiah Sharma's more of a nose tackle, but you have Myron Charles, who's more of a three technique. And then you've got Justice Terry, who can play that strong side defensive end that moves inside. So at defensive tackle, with the additions of Ian Gaffard from Arkansas and Zion Williams from LSU, you're pretty good there. You've got depth, you've got some developmental guys, you've got some experience. So it looks like Texas is taking care of that once again on their interior defensive line. And, this just in, Chris Hummer, who is so busy right now that we haven't been able to get him onto the show, but he just reported that he's putting in a crystal ball for Joe Brunner, the left guard at Wisconsin, to commit to Indiana. So that was a guy Texas had definitely shown interest in. So, yeah.
Ain't they preparing for a game? Don't they got stuff going on? Kurt Cignetti and the crew? What are we doing, man? Sorry, we chilling right now. You ain't preparing for no game. But it's easy to recruit when you can see the example on TV and see what that offensive line for Indiana's doing. So, homeboy, he might not even been on campus yet, but he sees what's going on. He sees that when offensive linemen are winning Player of the Game awards in bowl games, like the center did in the Rose Bowl for Indiana, yeah, man, they're doing some work. They're doing some serious work. So if I'm an offensive lineman, of course I would go want to play for Indiana because they're developing guys and those guys are producing. But it still kind of makes me feel salty seeing dude that going to a place where they're still playing. Like they ain't even got time to wine and dine nobody. Kurt Cignetti probably just giving guys a handshake and moving along, preparing for Miami and what all those dudes bring. Malachi Tony, Fletcher, all them dudes. But if his girlfriend goes there, then yeah, it's undefeated. If that's the case, Derek. Like if his girlfriend's there, then hey, we love here on Chip and Zay. Can't knock it. Can't knock it. Good football. And your boo's going to be there. It's tough. It's tough. Now, I'm sure homegirl could get into UT, but, you don't want to go through all that. She probably loves Indiana. It's fun right now. Indiana, just the school as a whole and their fan base, oh, man. I know people applying right now. It's going through the roof because it just looks fun. Like, everybody looks like they're having a good time. They're trying to buy all the tickets in Miami, which Miami fans, y'all better do something about that because y'all are at home. So there should be no excuse for Indiana to have majority of the fans in there or to not have majority of the fans in there. But I feel like somehow, some way, with just how they've been rolling in, there's going to be a lot of red at Hard Rock on Monday. And that fan base, they deserve to be excited because their team is putting on a good product.
Yeah. Yeah, that's and now you've got Maryland right guard, and I'm probably gonna blow his pronunciation.
That's all right.
Aliou Ba. 6'6", 327. Plans to enter the transfer portal. He's
Sounds like
allowed one sack in 1,511 career snaps. Began his career at Georgia as a recruit in the 2022 recruiting cycle. And I think he has 1 year of eligibility remaining. Guy's huge, 6'6", 327. And we're told that is a name to keep an eye on.
Left or right tackle?
Right. No, guard. Right guard.
Guard. Damn.
Yeah.
It's a big ass guard. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah, bring him in for a visit. You got 2 days. Might as well.
Well, no, you got 2 days to enter the portal. You can bring guys in. Well, you can still recruit guys after the 16th.
They just have to be in the portal.
They just have to be in the portal.
Okay. Yeah, because school started this week, right?
Yeah. 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 Bunch of, dudes moved in. They're ready to go. So, yeah. So really, this is the last thing on the to-do list is get the big fellas up front on that offensive line. So we'll keep you posted how that's going. But Joe Brunner, Wisconsin, Hummer says it looks like it'll be Indiana for Joe Brunner. So,
yeah, if his girl's there and his parents went to Indiana, they had no chance. Texas had no chance. And they're winning, and they're about to win a natty. No chance. No chance.
Yeah, so my niece goes to Indiana. She's out of her mind. She's a freshman.
Oh, man.
So she doesn't know anything other than undefeated season, bonkers on campus. Yeah, she's having the time of her life. I was like, are you going to the championship game? She's like, are you kidding? I don't have that kind of money. I'm like, I got it. I get you.
Yeah, what?
I mean, those tickets are so expensive. It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
Because Indiana fans are buying them all up or trying to. It's still amazing to me that it was like 90% Indiana at the Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, Oregon, that was pretty weak.
That's weak, man.
That's weak, Oregon. Because I thought they had a big-time fan base, too. Yeah, I know it's far, but still. It was the Peach Bowl. They were in Atlanta.
Oh.
But, yeah, like, I don't know. Oregon, they haven't won anything either. They get close all the time, but they haven't won nothing. So
right.
Maybe they saw the writing on the wall. Maybe they saw the ass whooping that was coming. Maybe they're like, we shouldn't waste our money on this team. They came to our home field, beat us by 10. Who knows what will be on the neutral site? We saw what it was, an ass whooping. Take you behind the woodshed, ass whooping. So,
all right, let's bring in our man Hank South, the MVP of Horns 24/7, the man who broke the scoop about Hero Canoe returning for the 2026 season. Hankster, thanks for coming up for air with us for a minute here. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's not. I mean, it's for as crazy as the portal has been. It's calmed down a little bit. I think the last couple of days, just with it being a dead period and kids not being able to actually take visits, but. Starting tomorrow, open back up, and not that the portal's closed or anything. I mean, we're still seeing kids enter and decisions being made, but kids haven't been able to visit campuses, so that'll change tomorrow, and it'll go well past the end of the portal window closing because people don't realize that all you got to do is be in the portal by the time it ends. You don't have to make a decision yet, and so that'll drag on further into through the end of the month of January.
We'll talk about the Hero Canoe news that you broke today.
Yeah, I think back in mid-December we were hearing Hero was expected to come back. That was the expectation on the Texas end. But I think even at the Citrus Bowl, he was saying he was still deciding. He's been getting day 2 NFL draft buzz. So I mean that's a pretty substantial chunk of money in terms of just guaranteed money and what that contract. So you can't fault him if he was considering going to the next level. I think this week there were some tweets like, NFL or, whatnot, and he hadn't said anything. I was told he was back in Germany. And I believe he's coming back home tomorrow, but, he came out today and told us on Horns 24/7 that he was coming back. I think he tweeted a graphic as well, just saying, I forgot what it said, but basically saying, he's coming back for his final year of collegiate eligibility, which is, it's huge. You're looking at, you're replacing, they've got guys back, whether it be Murad Watson or Alex January, but like you're replacing Cole Brevard, Travis Shaw, or at least in terms of just depth in the rotation. And to get kind of a player like him who really by the end of the year was, that would, he was the guy, Texas was relying on, he was creating the most pressure among the interior defensive linemen. It felt like he was always in the backfield in some capacity. But just, a steady presence on that in the trenches there. And from a leadership standpoint, I think he's well received in the locker room. I think a lot of guys respect him and look up to him. And he's a good guy to have, a good voice to have on the defense. Just, when you're losing Michael Taft, you're losing Ant Hill, and to have a guy like Hero Canoe back to, be able to kind of steady that leadership presence will be important.
Yeah, Hank, he was one of the more underrated guys on this 2025 team because coming in, you assume that he was more of a developmental guy. And like you said, he got majority of the reps in the interior defensive lineman spot, and he was productive. Yeah. And you heard him at media pressers all the time, which means he's a voice in the locker room and a leader. And for a guy who isn't even from the States to be as comfortable as he was last year for Texas, very promising for what's in store for next year too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember going into the Ohio State game, I think we were talking to Arch, and I think I asked Arch, you guys talked to Hero or anything about, just playing Ohio State, from where the school he came from. And Arch was the first one to mention, Hero has been on our leadership council, and he's been really popular with all the guys. And then as we've gone on and on and on, they started bringing Hero to the availabilities. He was one of the regulars on Mondays and after the game, and always had great quotes. He always loved to chop it up with the media. I think that's obviously evident in the locker room as well. So to have him back, on this defense to kind of anchor that defensive front. And again, like he's still a guy that's, getting to his ceiling. I mean, he's a former soccer player, and then, he didn't play that much at Ohio State. So Texas was his first real, consistent collegiate action. Year 2, couldn't expect him to make even more of a jump, which is, pretty telling considering he's getting the buzz he is NFL draft wise. He could probably play himself into a first round grade by 2027.
I loved how passionate he still was about beating Michigan. Mm-hmm. As a former Buckeye.
Yeah.
He called him the team from up north. He was all kinds of fired up after that Citrus Bowl win. Yeah. Hank, Ryan Wingo makes it official. We knew, you and I knew and others knew he was excited about the Cam Coleman addition. He just made it official today. Yeah. And then, Nick Brooks is headed for the portal. The developmental guys on the offensive line they're one by one walking out the door, it seems. And Joe Brunner, our man, Chris Hummer, put in a crystal ball for him to go to Indiana. But I guess we should keep an eye on this Maryland guard, Aliu Ba.
Yeah.
Entering the portal.
Yeah, him and I believe On3 reported that Mason Barton, an offensive tackle from Jackson State, was set to visit tomorrow. We're still working on confirming that. But yeah, Jordan Scruggs on Horns 24/7 said, he's a guy that makes a lot of sense. Texas, I think in terms of the guys they're pursuing in the portal, or guys, they can bring in and not necessarily have a position designation for. I think they love the fact that they can plug and play and just find their best five. Obviously, I think that the preference would be to find the best five in the spring, and then have them in fall camp and not be working to find your best five into week 6 of the season like they were this year. And so I think that's a big selling point for a lot of the guys they're looking at in the portal this time around, or guys that can play center, play guard. Obviously, Connor Robertson's coming back; they don't need a center, but guys they can switch between the guard spots, or if they need to kick out to tackle, if there's an injury in fall camp again, with we saw with Kojo. I think that's what Texas is looking for. So yeah, Brunner was a hit. That was a guy that they were looking at pretty closely. Jordan Seaton's been making a bunch of buzz since entering the portal from Colorado. A guy that I think the number that everyone's floating around is 2.5 million to 3 million, which you bring that in, does that ruffle feathers of other guys? Knowing that they have a guy on their offensive line that's making this much more than they are. I don't know, but if Texas wants to go all in, that would certainly be another all in move. But you got to make sure you're keeping your other guys in mind, keeping the locker room in mind as well. They made it work with Cam Coleman, however much he got. I don't think we still have a final number on that, but everyone assuming, since we see Ryan Wingo now coming back, other guys coming back, I think they probably settled and made those guys happy with whatever they're getting as well. But yeah, we'll see. They got Sirkowski, who's kind of a developmental piece on the interior defensive line or offensive line from Oregon State. The two guys, we just mentioned the ball from Maryland. We'll see if he sets up a visit with Texas this weekend. And then the Jackson State offensive tackle, who I was looking at, is kind of one of those versatile plug and play kind of guys with big human type prospect that obviously Kyle Flood and the staff love. So I think that's the focus down the stretch is, how are they going to fill out this offensive line? I think everything else is just kind of, almost luxury at this point, like guys that maybe just are too good to pass up on if someone else comes available in the portal. I think most of the focus is just going to be this offensive line, maybe another linebacker. Biles is a huge pickup. Cryer from Florida State's a nice one. And then, beyond that, it's just kind of, luxury, and they have room to work. I mean, they have 105 roster spots. And I think I haven't checked this week, but, I checked last week. I think they were at 76 scholarships. And since then we've seen a handful leave, handful come in. So I think they're in that 75 to 80 range right now. So, there's no cap or anything that's really pressing them to, to be, I guess, to kind of narrow their focus. They can get who they want. It's just a matter of, need. And then obviously if the money makes sense.
Yeah. Hank, obviously you have an inside look at all of these players from when they're being recruited to when they get on campus. And obviously you have to be professional with that, even though you do form a relationship with these guys, just knowing them on a personal level. What players who transferred out of Texas are you sad to see go just because you thought that it would pan out and clearly it didn't because they're in the transfer portal and they found another home?
Yeah. I think good to know these guys. And I think, like you said, like from what you think they could be, you still like to see your careers pan out, like guys that, wait their turn and then shine, kind of junior, senior year. I think I start with Bo Barnes. I think he was a kid that, I think he was going to be a great player had he stuck around. I think he's going to be a great player at Kentucky. So that one I was a little surprised to see, and it all comes down to, Texas was renewing all these guys from the last couple classes. I think, things happen where, it looks like less money. Maybe it's not as much, it's not really a pay cut as much as it is, maybe not a signing bonus. There's all different kind of things in the negotiating they do to get these guys re-upped. And, I think Bo Barnes was looking at it from the standpoint of, they're bringing in all these other linebackers. I think he was content in staying and competing, but, also, he had to take care of himself at the end of the day. And, with other school, he dipped into the portal. He wasn't for sure leaving. He was still listening to Texas. And I think Kentucky gave him a little bit more love, I think financially at that point. So, I that one was a bummer because I thought he could really pan out to be a special player. Just looking at guys, other ones, Leonga Leifau, I think kind of same situation. He was obviously a starter. Christian Clark, I think I think he could have, panned out pretty well. But I get it. They bring in 2 starting type running backs, and it's like, might want to look for a fresh start elsewhere, similar to CJ Baxter, both coming off pretty big injuries, probably haven't reached their full peak performance in terms of their abilities, just, probably needing another off season of rehab and recovery off, very significant injuries for both of them. Maybe a fresh start. He thought looked elsewhere. I thought, Christian Clark was going to stay with Raleigh Brown once Hollywood Smothers came along. I think the writing was on the wall, but I thought, after his Citrus Bowl performance, he would be another fun one to watch kind of pan out. Maybe that Jonathan Brooks type trajectory in terms of, kind of sitting, waiting your turn and then shining down the stretch. But so that Clark, Barnes, I think we're a couple. Still feels weird to say Oklahoma wide receiver Parker Livingston, but again, at the end of the day, it's a business at this point. These are professional athletes. Like, they have to make professional athlete decisions. It's not, it's not all about, school loyalty and all that anymore. It's about, getting treated how you want to be treated or getting paid how you want to be paid. So that was that.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Hollywood Smothers and Raleigh Brown, 2 of the top 5 running backs in the portal?
Yeah, I think, the clear picture from Texas's end was they were looking for explosive plays on offense. And, that's what they got. Raleigh Brown in particular, I think tripled the number of explosive runs. Trey Wisner had this season. I think he had, I did a side-by-side comparison, but he had a long run of 88 yards. He had the game-winning touchdown run against Texas Tech. Hollywood Smothers, a guy that, similar size, but averaged over 6 yards a carry. I think Raleigh averaged over 5 a touch. So, certainly we're looking for more big plays out of the backfield. I think I said this on our reaction podcast the other day on Cam Coleman, but I think this Texas offense was really missing a guy like Jaden Blue in 2025, more than they probably realized they were going to. And from the standpoint of just he's a home run threat anytime he touches the ball. And that's what Raleigh Brown is. I think Hollywood Smothers can be that as well. But just 2 explosive, experienced backs that Texas can do a lot of different things with, whether it be handing them the ball or getting them the ball, passing out of the backfield. So I think that was the intention. And I think pairing those guys up with a young guy like Derek Cooper, James Simon's expected back for another year. Then you kind of have the Michael Terry, the big back, assuming, he resigns. We're still waiting for word on that. And then Jet Walker as well out of Georgetown, the, big 6'2" bodied back, kind of like Michael Terry. So, people are wondering, we need that big bodied back. They have them. It's a matter of if Michael Terry comes back. I believe he's going to, but we haven't heard yes or no just yet. Jet Walker, I don't know if he's going to be ready to play year 1, but those big bodies are there. And then you kind of have your speed kind of scat backs as well with Brown and Smothers.
Yeah. Hank, obviously with Cam Coleman coming in, that's a big deal. Ryan Wingo declared that he's coming back today. Everybody's high on Jermaine Bishop coming in from Willis, thinking that he could play immediately. And that sounds great and all, but I would say let's wait on Dalen McCutcheon and Khalil Lockett. Obviously, Jamie French is in Ann Arbor now, but you mentioned Michael Terry. But there's guys that I believe could be big on this team, not named Emmett Mosley, Ryan Wingo, and Cam Coleman. Do you think that's the case too, or do you think Bishop will be able to come in and jump into the rotation pretty quickly?
Yeah, no, I kind of, when I was looking at this, once Texas added Coleman, I was thinking back to when Sark was the OC at Bama, and he had Devontae Smith. I think this is right. Devontae Smith, Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, and then a freshman, Jalen Waddle, in 2018. And I almost kind of look at the Jermaine Bishop situation and, I'm obviously giving them a lot of praise by Devontae Smith, Jerry Jeudy. Like, those guys were, obviously all, first-round picks. But, Cam Coleman, Ryan Wingo, Emmett Mosley are kind of your core 3. And then can Jermaine Bishop kind of be that Jalen Waddle? And I really think he can. I think he's too good of a player for this, for this offense or for this coaching staff to keep off the field. And that's not to put pressure on Jermaine Bishop. I think he can be, like Eric wrote the other day on Horns 24/7, kind of like a Malachi Toney type player for Texas in 2026. And, I think if this year's, I think, you got to play your guys you're investing money into. Hold on. Sorry. I got to cough real quick.
Yeah. Get that out, Hank. Cause that season. Though,
Sorry. I just think, at this point, after this year, they had all this money invested in guys like Jamie French, this freshman receiver class that, we didn't really see anything outside of little bits of Dalen McCutcheon and then Kalik Lockett in the bowl game. I think you got to play these guys. Otherwise, they're going to get offers to go elsewhere. They're going to, get a pay cut or something the next season and be unhappy. If you want to keep them and develop them, kind of have to kind of throw them in a little bit. So I think we'll see Jermaine Bishop rotate in a little bit, or maybe a lot, maybe be a big piece of the offense in 2026.
Hank, thanks for stealing a few minutes away for us. Unbelievable. Get over to horns247.com for all the latest. Keep up the great work, my man.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate you, Hank.
There he is. Hank South, managing editor of horns247.com. Now we bring in our SEC insider and prognosticator, Lance Taylor of nextroundlive.com and lanceslock.com, where you get the picks. Gives you a free pick every single day. LT, how you doing?
I'm good, fellas. Interesting to join you guys on a Wednesday as opposed to a Thursday, but we are here and yeah.
Well, first things first, what did you think of the college football playoff games? Anything surprise you, intrigue you?
I mean, Indiana is, shocker. Indiana is really, really good. They have now outscored their two college football playoff opponents. By the way, Alabama, Oregon, pretty big brands, 94-25, complete domination. And, I think this number's close to right. I think we've had, going back to last year's first 12-team playoff and the games we've already had through the first two rounds, I think it's 22 total games. And I think it's like 17 games have been double digits and only 5 have been one possession games. I mean, outside of the two Ole Miss games, Ole Miss losing to Miami and beating Georgia, we really haven't had what you would call really good games. So hopefully we will get one on Monday night, but a lot of people believe the way that number is stretched out to 8.5, we probably won't. But, if Miami plays their A game, if they play like they get against Ohio State, if that defense is dominant, then they can hang in there. If they make the mistakes they made with the 10 penalties and, they've got no shot against Indiana. But we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah. Lance, when you look at Indiana, you look at Kurt Cignetti and Fernando Mendoza, like obviously they get a lot of hype, but they're just loaded everywhere. Like their linebackers are ridiculous. Their secondary is really good. They're blocking kicks. They're causing turnovers everywhere. It's just all those guys, Mendoza, Cignetti, get all the hype. But I think people are starting to realize now that they're watching Indiana closer and closer how good everybody is. Like their two-back combo with MB and Black and those three receivers. It's everyone. There's not many weaknesses from this Hoosier team.
You're right. Surratt and Cooper and now what Charlie Becker has become being a deep threat. And then, you've got a first team all Big Ten left tackle. You've got D'Angelo Pons, one of the best defensive backs in college football. I mean, they're so fundamentally sound in all three phases. They just don't make mistakes. And that's, one of the reasons I think it's going to be really difficult for this Miami team to be able to beat them. Carson Beck does have a ton of experience and he's been really good. He's 16-3 against top 25 teams, but the way Mendoza's playing, I mean, in these two games back to Oregon and Alabama, he's completing 86% of his passes, 8 touchdowns and no picks. I mean, it's silly. It's one thing if you're doing that against Purdue and Northwestern, but to do it against Alabama and Oregon on this stage is pretty fascinating. But yeah, you're right, Zay. The entire roster, it's an older roster. We threw out a graphic on the next round a couple of days ago. Our social media director Brooks did, and They've got more players between the ages of 21 and 23 than NFL players that are 21 and 22. I mean, it was something crazy, but it's like the oldest team in college football. Indiana fans got upset about that. It was more of a compliment. It was more of Kirk Cignetti being able to identify, his philosophy is production over potential. And he doesn't really care at whatever level you came from. If he thinks you can play, he wants guys with experience that have been productive. And he's assembled a hell of quite a team here. And, some people allude to the fact that most of the JMU guys will be done after this year. And, obviously you're losing a Heisman Trophy quarterback, but Curtis Rourke was pretty good in the system last year. I think Josh Hoover, you guys are very familiar with, the former TCU guy. I think he's going to be really good. I mean, I really believe Cignetti has got this thing dialed in. I love Kirby Smart, great coach. As far as the accolades, the resume, he's got the best right now. But I do think in this moment, and a lot of this is contingent upon them closing the deal on Monday night, I think the best NIL portal coach that we have got is Kirk Cignetti. And I don't know how you can deny it. I mean, they've won 26 games over the last couple of years, and, they're going to pull 16-0 this year, and the first ever 16-0 team with a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback for a program that was just absolutely awful 3 years ago.
I mean, Kurt Cignetti he's a hard ass. I love that his wife, when he came home and told her that he was taking the IUP job from Alabama, his wife said, "Go back and ask Nick for your job back." Yeah. And here he is now, the king of college football, just signed a new deal, making $11 million a year. And you can see it in his face and hear it in his interviews. He used to be so ready to pounce if you were questioning the credibility of his program. Now he's almost comfortable with it, Lance. I mean, I don't know if you remember him from his time at Alabama, but, talk about that metamorphosis.
Yeah, I really don't. Obviously I remember him being on the staff, no interaction, but, under Nick Saban, it was one voice, one program, or one program, one voice. And you didn't talk to the assistants. So there wasn't much from Cignetti, but, he's talked about the journey and how much he learned under Saban, and pretty crazy that we're coming off a semifinal where all four head coaches had Saban ties. But, you can't really explain it. And it makes you think, there's other professions out there, whether it's a musician or an actor. Cignetti, to be discovered this late in life at this level is crazy. And you just wonder, how many talented people fall through the cracks. Because what he has done, we've never seen it before. But I do agree he's getting more comfortable, because I think the proof is literally in the pudding and what they've been able to accomplish, not only winning the Big Ten, being the number one seed and trying to close out a perfect first ever 16-0. But now you've got guys like Mark Cuban that are like, hey, I'm all in, and Larry Ellison and the money that is coming into this program, the ability for him to make $11 million and be able to be competitive with the Texas and the Texas A&Ms of the world in NIL. It's amazing. Not only Indiana playing for the national championship, they're an 8.5-point favorite, one of the biggest favorites in a national championship game ever. I mean, you can go so many different directions. A lot of people thought it was a flash in the pan last year. I still hear people that, hey, they don't have staying power. I completely disagree. I think get used to Indiana football. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Lance, Dante Moore's coming back to Oregon, which is kind of a shocker when you see all the mock drafts that he's in. Like, this guy could be a top 5 pick. Some people say he could even be number 1 over Mendoza. Probably not now after the performance we saw in the Peach Bowl, but still, him coming back. They already signed Dylan Raiola. This is just interesting, don't you think?
Yeah. I mean, Raiola to leave Nebraska and go to Oregon, there is no way he took an NIL deal to go sit. I am fascinated to see how good the Oregon offense is going to be now that Will Stein has gone to Kentucky, and Will Stein making some noise in the portal. They've done a really good job of pulling in some talent. Yeah, I'm shocked, Zay, because I think Mendoza is locked in at 1, probably to the Raiders if they keep that pick, which I assume they will. But most people believe that Dante Moore would be the number 2 quarterback off the board. And there are 6 teams, in my estimation, that really need quarterback. And I think there's as many as 4 teams that could take a quarterback in the first round. And, this is great news for Ty Simpson, who, allegedly turned down $6.5 million. Maybe it was Miami, maybe it was Tennessee, maybe it was Ole Miss, maybe it was all three. But, he talked about his legacy in detail yesterday and said that he would rather forego it and, be remembered as an Alabama captain and go on to the NFL. And, I was hoping for Ty, based on all that he would go in the first round where he gets that guaranteed money. And I think worst case at 32, he would get $13.5 million, a 4-year deal. So you could justify it at that point. Well, now that Dante's out, most people are going to tell you Ty's going to be the number 2 quarterback. Now, a lot of that could change. I mean, Carson Beck could come out Monday night, have an incredible game. People could talk about his experience. Maybe the measurables, maybe Carson Beck does something. Trinidad Chambliss is obviously a guy that, if he doesn't get the waiver, which I don't know if he will, obviously got turned down the first time. He could be another quarterback that could be in the mix. But right now, Ty Simpson's in a really good spot. I think it was wise for Dante Moore. It's really tough to turn down that kind of money. But if Moore believes that he can come back and get better, there's so many people that don't like quarterbacks that come out with the lack of experience and the lack of starts. And, Dante Moore is one of those guys. I think he's got 15 starts, 16 starts maybe. And a lot of people just don't think he's ready yet. He's 20 years old. So this is the safety net of the NIL. When you can come back and make $5 to $7 million as a quarterback, it's a lot easier of a decision. But I am very surprised he's coming back.
LT, I'm going to take you back to Cignetti just for a second, because his coordinators are not getting the love that they deserve. Bryant Haynes, his defensive coordinator, has been a part of all 4 of Cignetti's head coaching, all 4 of his staffs as a head coach. And Mike Shanahan, the offensive coordinator, not that Mike Shanahan, was with Cignetti at JMU and previous. I wonder when those guys are going to start getting some head coaching mention, because that's when it gets tough. I mean, he's had that same group of coaches really hammering home the culture and everything that he wants to get done. And as we know, once you start having success, those guys start getting picked off.
Well, I mean, you look at the last 2 games and the instability with Oregon, with Tosh Lapoy and Will Stein both going and taking on new jobs, and they get beat by 34. And you look at Ole Miss, and obviously well documented, who Kiffin was going to let coach and who was staying and who was going and stuff. They end up losing the game to Miami. So stability with the coaches, I think it does matter. I mean, Shannon Dawson, Heatherman, those guys, Corey Heatherman, those guys are going nowhere. So stability is kind of won out here. It is fascinating because when you look at the last 2 great coaches, one current right now in Sean McVay in the NFL, you look at Matt LaFleur, you look at Kevin O'Connell, you look at Liam Cohen now. You look at all of the guys that have come off the Sean McVay tree. These guys are doing a pretty damn good job. So people are going to continue to pluck. Chris Shula is the next big hot name. He's going to interview with the Pittsburgh Steelers when the season's over. College football, it was Nick Saban. I mean, we obviously just talked about the Cignetti, Dan Lanning, Pete Golding, Mario Cristobal. I mean, fingerprints on all these guys. Obviously, Kirby Smart's the top model of those guys. So, yeah, they're going to come after his guys, because what I would want to know is how you're doing this, like how you're able to navigate this. And you guys have probably heard this too. Like, he really values family time. And to be able to have that kind of balance where you're giving your assistants time to spend with their family and being as detailed and as robotic as Kirk Cignetti is pretty amazing. So it's only a matter of time before Shanahan and Haynes both get jobs. And, I guess it won't be this cycle, but it's got to be next year, especially if they go out and win 10 games again, both of those guys, more than likely. And, I've never really heard the guys speak. So, I don't know, how well they carry themselves. I don't know if that necessarily matters to some people. I don't know what they're all about, but man, if they've got any Cignetti in them, which I'm sure they do because they've been with him so long, I mean, it's definitely worth the flyer.
Yeah. Cam Coleman going from Auburn to Texas. A lot of people say that he was the best player in the transfer portal, definitely the best wide receiver in the transfer portal. You saw him up close and personal at Auburn, Lance. Your thoughts on Cam Coleman and what he will bring to the Longhorns?
I'm trying to remember the last great Texas wide receiver.
Xavier Worthy?
Xavier Worthy. Yeah, I mean, you guys have had a lot of them. I mean, Matthew Golden made a big play Saturday night. I cannot believe the Packers lost that game. So you guys have had really good receivers. I think this guy is the most talented. I mean, you guys are going to be blown away how good he is. He just didn't, again, it's a dependent position where you've got to have good quarterback play to be able to put up numbers. And, much like Calvin Johnson was so quiet in those really bad, I think it was Chan Gailey's system at Georgia Tech, and you just heard nothing from Calvin Johnson. You knew he was a sleeping giant. And then when he gets to the NFL, he's arguably one of the top 2-3 guys we've ever seen. Cam Coleman's got that kind of potential. And all you've got to do, a Texas fan, if you didn't watch it live, go back and watch Vanderbilt and Auburn. When Ashton Daniels, something got into him. I don't know. It was the first game after Hugh Freeze was fired. And Cam Coleman, they couldn't defend him. I mean, he's got every kind of skill. He's got speed. He's got hands, his ability to adjust and high point balls. I mean, he has zero weaknesses. I think Alabama fans were very optimistic they were going to be able to get him because, his former offensive coordinator, Derek Nix, is the new wide receivers coach at Alabama. So there was a link there. He was in Tuscaloosa last Friday. He was there again Saturday morning. And, when he went to Texas, the rumor I heard was he wanted $3 million and Alabama wasn't going to pay it. And I assume all that Texas Longhorn money you guys have got, you paid it, which I think ultimately it will be worth it. You just got to figure out, how you're able to balance what is really not a salary cap. I know there's a hard number. Nobody abides by it. And some teams can afford more and some teams can't. And I think Alabama got to a point where they were all in, but they couldn't afford it.
Yeah. Yeah, he is something. And then Hollywood Smothers, who was committed to Alabama, flips to Texas. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I heard that, there are some agents, at this level, they're not licensed. And some people say things to benefit themselves. And, apparently, I think maybe somebody was going to match the Smothers offer. And Smothers got word that maybe one offer was different from the other. But look, I think there is something to making a commitment to a school. And once you're there and you make that commitment, you work out the deal, I think you got to go through with it. These kids don't believe that. I think Smothers, everybody in the building felt like he was going to be in Tuscaloosa. And then, he ends up in Austin. At the end of the day, you can't necessarily blame him. I mean, the decision, the way Texas played down the stretch, Arch Manning coming back, I think people are going to be a year off on the Texas prediction as far as Arch being a real candidate for winning a Heisman Trophy, Texas being a real player to play for a national championship. It looks like it's all coming together for Sark. I will tell you though, man, look, and Sark was in a college football playoff and won a game last year, but man, there's going to be an immense amount of pressure on that team this year because they're getting the guys in the portal. They've got their quarterback. And, boy, you guys have spent a lot of money.
Yeah.
But Cam Coleman to me could be the best wide receiver outside of Jeremiah Smith in all of football. And that is not hyperbolic. That is legitimate. And Ryan Wingo, as good as he has become year two.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys that fall right into that role, and they're incredible. I mean, Cornell Tate, as the 2 right now at Ohio State's going to be a top 5 pick. Quietly did his own thing. Hey, let Jeremiah get all the love. That's fine. Cornell's got a ring from last year, and he's going to be at least a top 10 pick, and he was the number 2.
Yeah. Lance, I know you were stressed watching that wild card game with your Rams, man. I don't know what it is with Carolina, but they give them a game every time they play them. Somehow, some way, Parkinson with the big touchdown at the end of the game. Your thoughts on your Rams? Moving on.
Man,
Colby Parkinson.
It was so painful, guys. So it was the first game of the weekend as far as the divisional playoffs or the wild card playoffs. And I don't watch those games. I'll watch them with girlfriend and I'll watch them with my son, and that is it. And it's more so just because I don't want any distractions. They know that we're not talking. We're just watching game. I also know emotionally I get a little too high a lot of times. And, going into that game, I felt really good. Like, I felt like the Rams still maybe the best, most complete team in football. And to be a 5 seed sucks. But if you are a 5 seed, best thing you can do is go on the road and play a team that is so much more inferior to you, that has already beat you earlier this year. And it's so difficult, obviously, to beat a team twice in a season. I felt great as a 10.5-point favorite going into that. And then they go up 14-0 and they're up 17, it should have been up 17 at half. Puka drops one that would have made it 10 at least at half. And after the game, I can't tell you how emotional, like just the roller coaster. My girlfriend looked at me and she was like, that was insane what I just saw. You changed 3 different times during the game. And I did. Like, I started out with one Rams outfit on and I got to halftime and I put another one on. And at halftime, I stopped drinking because I go back to 2021. I went the entire playoff run without one drink and they won a Super Bowl. So I stopped drinking at halftime and then I changed again at the end of the third quarter. And then when Parkinson scored, I was like, Jesus, it's 38 seconds left. Like, is there too much time left? You just never know. And, after the game, just relieved to advance or to survive and advance. But if Green Bay would have held on, which I can't believe they didn't, and I gave out Green Bay -1.5, the Rams would be hosting San Francisco this week and Green Bay would be at Seattle. But instead, the Rams now have to go to Chicago, which to me, the Rams are a much better team. I think Chicago's a really good team and it's going to be a difficult out. What I hate is playing in what is going to be 8 to 10 degree weather. Yeah, it's going to be brutal. And I don't understand how the NFL did this. Like, the Rams and Chicago both played on Saturday, and Seattle and San Francisco played on Sunday, or Seattle was up. San Francisco played on Sunday, but they make them the Saturday game and they make the Rams in Chicago the Sunday game. And not only did they make it the Sunday game, they make it the latest game where it just gets colder and colder. So by the time it kicks 5:30 Central Time, everybody in that place is going to be miserable. I know they will be stoked up because Bears fans are kind of used to that cold. I don't know how they get used to the cold. I can't get used to the cold. I've been asked, are you going to the game? Hell no. What would it take to get you to the game? Free flight? No. Free flight and free tickets? No. I wouldn't do it. Like, if you could guarantee me the Rams would win another Super Bowl, their 3rd Super Bowl, yeah, I would be there, but I would be absolutely miserable. So I am a little scared. Matt Stafford, you guys, I'm sure saw the reports. After he, hit the helmet or hit the hand, he was completely off. And how surgical he was on that final drive was pretty incredible. I mean, the one incompletion was a drop from Devontae Adams. But I am concerned about what is, a banged up ring finger on the throwing hand going into that cold. But we'll see what happens.
Well, my Houston Texans, what chances do you give them up against New England in Foxborough?
I said before the playoffs, I've said it for the last month, I think the Texans, CJ Stroud scares me to death, but I think the Texans are the best team in the AFC. And, it's one thing to go out and beat Pittsburgh. And I know Pittsburgh had won, 23 consecutive Monday night games or whatever. And it was Aaron Rodgers' final hurrah. But that Texans defense is legitimate. I go back week 1, the Rams opened with the Texans in SoFi, and it was 14-9. Rams completely healthy at this point, only up 14-9. Texans have ball in hand, and Nate Landman gets a punch out inside the 30. The Texans were going in, probably going to win that game, and the Rams couldn't do anything offensively. So it does scare me. Like, I don't think Josh Allen scares me in a one-game situation, and the Texans defense scare me to death. That is the only thing that scares me in the AFC. I mean, really, the only thing that moving forward, Seahawks in Lumen, very scary. And then on the other side, that Texans defense and Josh Allen. But I think the Texans are the best team in the AFC. Now they've got a tough test going into New England. And boy, that's going to be a defensive battle. And look, this is everybody. You're either Matt Stafford or Drake May to win the MVP. And Drake May will have to earn it on Sunday against that Texans defense.
Yeah. Pretty sure you've said with us one time that the best player you've seen at quarterback for the Crimson Tide was Bryce Young. That's true, right?
Yeah, I thought he was the most talented. Now, obviously not the most well, say not the most decorated. He's the only Alabama quarterback to ever win a Heisman Trophy. Mac Jones, the 2020 season statistically will never be touched. I mean, that and Joe Burrow, what they did back-to-back years was crazy. Tua, I think most people would say Tua had the best overall career. I think A.J. McCarron winning a couple of national championships, could have easily won a third, would be right there. But to me, the most talented was Bryce Young.
What'd you think of him in that game and this season?
Yeah, I think, they're starting to. Jalen Coker has come on. I mean, T. McMillan is going to be a stud. They're still building. You think about how bad they were, in Bryce's rookie season and how statistically bad the defense was last year. I think Dave Canales is a hell of a coach. And I think Canales is on the same page as Bryce Young. And I think Bryce is going to get better and better. Got to be more consistent. It's crazy how good he was in both games against that Rams defense. But there was something about former Alabama quarterbacks against the Rams defense, because the only game they lost in SoFi all year was that Thursday night game to San Francisco where Brock Purdy was out and Mac Jones started. And Mac Jones could not miss that night. But I do think Bryce Young is progressing. I think the future of the NFC South is Carolina and Dave Canales. So they've just got to put some pieces around him. And I think Bryce is going to be good. And, I don't know how, when you watch him out there, like when you see smaller quarterbacks like Kyler Murray is sturdy, Tua is sturdy, Bryce is just small. He is flat out a little man. And I didn't know how little he was till we were in Dallas a couple of years ago. I guess it was in Atlanta 3 years ago. And he sat down with us at media days. And I told him, I was like, damn, you're small, man. I mean, he is. He is. Like, yeah. I mean, Cam Newton, we sat next to him at SEC Fanfare this past year, about a month ago. My God. People are like, is he 6'5"? And I'm like, hell no, he's closer to 6'7". The dude's like 245, and he's still built great. But, like, he could take Bryce Young and put him right. He could use him as a pocket square.
Yeah. Okay, so what's your gut on the national championship game Monday? You think Indiana covers?
I haven't gotten there yet, Chip. I mean, I'm kind of a contrarian. And it's like people aren't scared of this number. It started, the initial number before Indiana played Friday night was if Indiana beat Oregon, they were going to be listed as a 5.5-point favorite. Well, the way they went out, dismantled, and dominated, then that number went to 7. Well, then people bet it up to 7.5, and then people bet it to 8, and today it goes to 8.5, and people are just throwing money. So, by that logic, I feel like Miami's going to be able to hang around. I just hate the head coaching matchup. Like, Cristobal's obviously done a good job. They've gotten better each and every year. He's got a lot of resources. He's got an experienced quarterback. Malachi Toney, arguably the most talented guy on that field. Bain and Mesidor were so limited against Ole Miss, and I don't know if you can contain them for back-to-back games. So they're going to have to wreak havoc. Carson Beck's going to have to play his ass off. Mark Fletcher's going to have to give them a little breather, and they got to establish something on the ground. I think Indiana's going to win the game. I lean Miami will keep it somewhat close, but I'm not really sure yet.
Yeah. Well, tell everyone what's going on at lanceslock.com.
Yeah, we got a bunch of college hoops up right now. There's a free play every day. Go to lanceslock.com. We're coming off of 4-2 in college hoops last night, so jump on board, win with us. We do have the Texas Vanderbilt game available today. That is one of our plays. Also, Auburn, Missouri. I think we've got 6 total plays up, but definitely Texas Vanderbilt is part of that tonight.
Before we let you go, Lance, your thoughts on the Longhorns beating Nate Oates and them past Saturday night basketball?
Man, that was pretty impressive. Now, Alabama's got an issue with the rim. Aiden Sherrill played well last night. They were down 14, midway through the first half, and it looked disastrous. And they go on basically a run where they outscore them by 36 points over the next 14 minutes. But Alabama's going to have to do something in the paint. I mean, Philon and Holloway are fantastic, but you saw what Jordan Pope was able to do against that Tide defense, and they just don't. I mean, guards have been going off. And Josh Hubbard, one of the best guards in the country, was off last night for Mississippi State. He was 6'16". So he wasn't the factor you thought he would be. But, Texas is going to get better and better. I mean, they just are. They got a hell of a coach. Hasn't necessarily come together. Tonight is fascinating because you got Texas against one of the handful of undefeated teams in college basketball, the one undefeated team in the SEC. But I'm very interested to see how Texas follows up that big win in Coleman.
LT, you're the best, man. Let's do it again next week.
See you guys. Let's go Rams.
Go
Appreciate you,
Rams.
LT.
I'd be down for a Rams-Texans Super Bowl. Let's bring in the General. Loaded show today. General John McClain, 50-year insider, NFL insider, Pro Football Hall of Fame voter, and the voice of reason, I call him, down in H-Town. John, how you doing?
I'm fine. How are you guys?
Good,
Well,
John.
I'm feeling really good since my Houston Texans put it on Mike Tomlin and drove him into retirement.
Boy, I almost felt sorry for Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin because it was so ugly. Can you imagine what it would have been if C.J. Stroud hadn't acted like a rookie who'd never been in a playoff game before? That was embarrassing. But he was terrible. Now, he still threw some great passes, but my goodness, trying to make those hero plays instead of just falling on the ball, he looked terrible. And you're not going to be able to play like that at New England, where the two teams that gave up the fewest points are the Patriots and the Texans in the wild card round.
You think CJ's due for a bounce back?
Well, I've never seen him play like that, where he just looked like so discombobulated in the pocket. You know, the 3 times he should have just fallen on the ball instead of trying to pick it up and make a play and get it knocked away. He won't do that anymore. He shouldn't have done it to begin with. It was his 5th playoff game. By the way, when he was in the 9th grade, the Cowboys drafted Dak Prescott. Dak has 2 playoff victories. CJ has 3. That's for all the Cowboy fans. CJ has as many as Lamar Jackson, 3.
It's crazy.
The Texans have 7 playoff victories. They're the newest franchise. They have as many as the Cardinals, who started playing professionally in 1898 and joined when the NFL was formulated in 1920. They were part of it, and they have the same number as the Texans.
I mean, John, this Texans defense, Will Anderson, Al Shazier, Daniil Hunter, they look like they're having so much fun, those defensive backs. I mean, they look like they're having Jalen Petrie. They look like they're having so much fun. They do it for free.
It's interesting because Petrie had a great game. Derek Stingley Jr.'s first team All-Pro and should be, because people say, well, he didn't make any plays. I never seen him make plays. Well, it's because they don't throw the ball at him.
Never.
And his analytics from Next Gen Stats and Pro Football Focus are tremendous. I saw some site that didn't have him in the top 8 cornerbacks, so I've never looked at him again or retweeted anything from them, because that would be preposterous. They probably looked at his interceptions. I think he only had 4. But Kamari Lassiter and Stingley seem to be the best pair of corners. Kalen Bullock and Jalen Petrie, even though Petrie's a nickel corner, we still think of him as a safety. And they've got another good safety in Jalen Reed, who's been hurt this year, but he's done a good job. They've done a tremendous job putting together their defense. Those linebackers, starting with Azeez Al-Shaair, is so fast. They go sideline to sideline. They hit hard. And the 2 inside guys, Sheldon Rankins, scored his 2nd touchdown. Tommy Togiai, who was picked up on waivers and put on the practice squad last year, and this year was, like 6th among defensive tackles. Kurt Hinish couldn't play all season. He moves up a spot. 3 defensive tackles were injured and out for the year, and he kept getting promoted. Finally, he's in the starting lineup, and he's played really well. The defensive line coaches do a fabulous job, and their defensive coordinator, Matt Burke, he's the one that makes the calls. He should be getting more love than he gets. People like to show D'Amico, and yes, it's his defense. And Matt Burke finally has a team reaching out about a head coaching interview, the Cardinals. That's where he came from, so they know him very well. So usually you tell the offense, don't screw up and shorten the field and hurt the defense. And if you're going to screw up, do it like Stroud's panicked interception, in which he throws it terribly, but it's inside the 10, like a great punt, and do it that way. But they don't have any weather excuses. It's supposed to be 35, 37, no snow, cloudy. That can change, of course. But and they played in the cold. They played where it's cold. They played where it's windy. They seem to have gotten beyond that. And the best thing that happened to the Texans, they ran the ball better than any time this year. Woody Marks, 112 yards, his season high. Christian Kirk hadn't had a game like that since he was at A&M. He'd been hurt the last 2 years. Casario gets him for a 7. And he had 144 yards, 8 catches, and 1 touchdown. Nico Collins, I don't expect him to play with a concussion. So those other receivers like Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Xavier Hutchinson, and Jalen Knoll and Dalton Schultz, they got to step up.
Yeah. Real quick, John, you mentioned the defensive line, coach, and that's Rod Wright, former Longhorn,
Yep.
Played on the national championship team in 05. So he's doing good. That's what, his second year as the D-line coach?
Rod and the guy that works with him, his assistant, they've done a great job. How hard do you have to coach Will Anderson Jr. and Daniil Hunter? But you have to coach those inside guys. And when you lose a tackle before the season and 3 tackles during the season, if your tackle's still kicking ass, you're kicking ass as coaches.
Yeah. John, Azeez Al-Shaair, he was a liability last year with all the targeting calls and getting thrown out of the game and being suspended and stuff. And it seems like here in this 2025 season, a complete 180. Like his turnaround, he's been locked in. He hasn't been a distraction. He's been a plus and then some. I saw a really cool clip of D'Amico Ryans being mic'd up and they got a pick 6 or something like that. And he's looking at Al-Shaair and he said, man, you're going to be a good defensive coordinator one day. It just seems like what Chip is saying, everybody's having fun. Talk about Al-Shaair and just his growth from last year to this year.
When D'Amico was linebackers coach at the 49ers, where I think he'd been promoted to coordinator, Al-Shaair was an undrafted free agent. And D'Amico fell in love with him. And he worked his way up from special teams. And when D'Amico came here, he signed with Tennessee because their former personnel director, Rand Carthon, left the 49ers for the Titans. And he signed a 1-year deal. And then the Texans signed him immediately the next year. And he's been here 2 years. And he's one of the defensive leaders. He was last year, too. The local media voted him the Pro Football Writers of America's Good Guy Award because he's always cooperative, always available, doesn't run and hide. And then last year, he always hits hard. He runs to the ball. Around the league, they think of him as a dirty player. And the reason was last year when he hit Trevor Lawrence and he got suspended, and John Runyon, who oversees the NFL discipline and started his career here, played 4 years before he went to the Eagles. He is one of the dirtiest players in history. And now he deals out punishment. And he wrote a letter to Al-Shaair that was leaked to the media in which he just roasted Al-Shaair. He could have ended it just like me. So Nick Casario, who's never had a good quote in his life, talks all the time, but his lips move, but nothing substantial comes out. He ripped Runyon. And people are like, geez, Nick, why don't you talk like that more often? Just ripped him. And Al-Shaair asked to go meet with Runyon in New York and talk to him and show him what he was about because he painted him as the devil. And there was a great story 2 weeks ago. Tyler Dunn has a publication online called golong.com in which they still do in-depth stories like newspapers used to do. And he came down here. It looks like he spent 3 or 4 days spending time with Alshire, and he wrote a great story about their family home burning down in Tampa, and they barely got out. They were living on the streets, and where he came from because of that. And it makes you admire him even more. He's the Texans Ed Block Courage Award nominee this year. So things are going really well for him, and that story will go long. Boy, he didn't say he was thinking about committing suicide while all this was being done last year and he was out. But boy, if you read between the lines, you're thinking, man, he came close. And anyway, he's the leader of the defense, one of the team leaders, and he only weighs like 225, and that's because he's so fast. And D'Amico wants those linebackers to be able to run.
Yeah, I mean, and Woody Marks, I mean, never heard of this guy before this year, and it hasn't been great, John, but it sure was timely.
They thought that they could get him in the 5th round. Woody Marks had played for Mike Leach at Mississippi State, and he had 86 catches one year as a running back. Well, that's unheard of for a running back, including in college. And then he ended up going to USC. And so they had traded their 5th round pick. So you got to wait to the 6th, or you got to use a 4. Casario used a 4. He came in. They thought they were going to have Joe Mixon, their 1,000-yard rusher from last year, who scored double-digit touchdowns, and they haven't had him for a play in the off-season program or regular season. So they signed Nick Chubb, and Chubb averaged 4.8 yards a carry on 10 carries against the Steelers. And then Woody Marks averaged 5.8 and had 112 yards and scored the last touchdown on a 12-yard run. And he gets most of his yards between the tackles. He bounced outside for a 20-yard run. We don't ever see him run for like 30, 40, 50 yards. Most running backs at some point, they have a long run, but he doesn't. Now, the offensive line, they kick serious butt up front in the running game. That's by far the best, most productive, most physical running game they've had. And they had some problems with pass protection. Stroud had been sacked in 3 games in a row and only once in the last 4. And when it got busy around him, instead of standing in the pocket or taking off, people here going crazy, run, run, run. But when he came back from his concussion, he didn't run much to begin with. It's like they've told him, don't run. Well, to me, he needs to use his legs. And this would be a good time to do it. Last year in the playoffs, he had 90 yards rushing. And so it's almost like he's been instructed, don't run, which would be stupid if that's the case. But I think in this game, if they could beat the Patriots and the Bills beat the Broncos, which is definitely possible, Houston would host Buffalo in the AFC Championship game. We've never seen the Texans get beyond the divisional round. We haven't had a team in the AFC Championship game since the 79 Oilers. Houston, has not hosted a championship game since the 61 Oilers beat the Chargers.
Damn.
Get ready. Get ready.
If you say so.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah, the Patriots, John, they didn't look great either in their win against the Chargers. I mean, Justin Herbert and Hardball, they looked so much worse, but Drake May did just enough to come out victorious. Your thoughts on the Patriots in this game?
I'll tell you what, Zay, where if the Patriots can beat them, the Texans have had problems, especially in the second half, especially in the fourth quarter when they're ahead, quarterbacks who can run, taking off and running up the middle when they're in man coverage. Baker Mayfield on a 4th and 11 ran for 15 yards, first down, then threw a touchdown pass to beat them by 1. And that's happened several times. Well, you didn't have to worry about that with Aaron Rodgers. But with Drake May, he's a good runner. He's a strong runner. And once he takes off, he's rambunctious. So I'll guarantee, if I was if I was Josh McDaniels, he's done a great job developing May and calling plays, I would use May's legs at least 5 times because he can run. He's a better runner than Stroud. Stroud's not a bad runner at all. He just doesn't do it. I remember at the combine, people said, why didn't you run more? And he said, do you know who my receivers were? He said, my receivers were open all the time. How would I have been able to look them in the eye if I'd been running the ball and they're running open? My job's to get them the ball when they're open. And he had, Marvin Harrison Jr., Chris Olave, Wilson. He had great receivers there. And so he had Jackson Smith-Njigba there as well. And so I don't blame him. But there was a game in college, I think it was Northwestern, where he ran for 85 yards. So he can do it. We've seen him do it. If it's 3rd and 3, he'll take off and make 3.5. And he's a smart runner. But he just doesn't do it. And I think that's a mistake, especially at a time like this.
John, Justin Herbert made C.J. Stroud look like, Terry Bradshaw. Justin Herbert, good heavens. This guy gets to the playoffs and he dissolves like the Wicked Witch of the West.
He's 0-3. Texans intercepted him 4 times last year. And in all fairness to him, he doesn't have his offensive tackles. 2 of his interior guys, who were real good, have not played well this year. So they fired their line coach, Mike Devlin, who was here for, I think, 6 years under Bill O'Brien, because they take into account injuries. But boy, when guys are not playing as well as they have, somebody's got to answer. In this case, it was the line coach. And they got to fix that line. And there's other things they need. But I love watching Jim Harbaugh get it stuck to him. And I didn't think they're going to win anyway, going across country to play the Patriots. Mike Vrabel coached here 4 years. And I always liked dealing with Mike because he is, he's 6'5". They say he weighs 260. And I'm like, yeah, and I weigh 180. Mike's a big guy. And he can be intimidating. And he has that Northeastern personality like Bill O'Brien. Difference is nobody like Bill O'Brien. And Vrabel was doing a good coaching job. And I've always liked Mike. And if you could give it back to him, he respected you. And I did some charities with him when he was the head coach of the Titans. And they still haven't gotten over a geranium brain decision to fire him. Amy Adams Strunk, the owner, let the GM talk her into doing it. You think they don't regret that? Whew. Unless they get John Harbaugh, they're going to keep regretting it.
Well, as you saw, John, the Texans beat the crap out of the Steelers, and now the Steelers and Mike Tomlin have parted ways. The way that Aaron Rodgers was talking, it seemed like that was his last game as an NFL player. Your thoughts on both of those guys and the future for them?
Well, Tomlin's going to do TV. He'll do a studio. He's not going to do broadcast. He can have his pick. But the problem is you can't just walk in. Some of those sets are so big right now. They got way too many. The camera's so far back, you can see Terry Bradshaw, but you have a hard time seeing like Howie Long and Michael Strahan. But they'll get him in there, and he'll do it for a year. Then be like Sean Payton, who worked for Fox, and then he'll come out. Problem is, it's going to cost a team. Payton cost a 1st and 2nd round draft choice that Denver had to give to New Orleans. And it's worked out great. It hadn't hurt them because they got a great defense and a great young quarterback. And Tomlin, as you guys know, he'll have his pick of jobs. And Aaron Rodgers, I don't see him coming back. I mean, he looked almost helpless. And Man,
we were cooking.
Yeah, we were cooking.
That's all right. This is about the time. This is about the time it usually happens.
Does it?
Here we go.
Damn, pitch black.
I don't know if anybody else wants him because do you just keep bouncing around every year? It's pitiful what Aaron Aaron Rodgers. I mean, my mind's gone blank. Wilson.
Zach.
Yeah. No,
Russell
Zach,
Wilson.
Oh, Russell.
The way he's bouncing around every year just to keep playing mostly a backup role. Now they say he helped Jackson Dart a lot, and if you can get a guy that'll do that, I don't see Rodgers being that kind of quarterback. They said with Love, he was not somebody that was going to help him get his job, just like Brett Favre didn't help him try to take his job. But there is such a shortage of quarterbacks, everybody's desperate. And right now, this is not supposed to be a great year like next year. And when Arch Manning and Julian Sayin and Norris Sellers and others, I think Ty Simpson in Alabama is making a big mistake coming out. He's not going to be a first-round pick. They say he was offered $6.5 million. He's not going to make that going in the third round. Maybe the second round. He's got to be developed. Did Dante Moore decide to stay at Oregon?
Yep.
Good for him. Very smart. All the experts are saying, "Oh, he shouldn't come out next year. There's too many good ones." Well, if you believe in yourself, and you never know. This time last year, everybody thought this draft was going to be really good, with Nussmeier and Klubnik and Aller and all those guys that were going to be first round picks. That everybody thought Arch was coming out. Nobody down here did. And Arch, if Arch came out right now and said, "I'm going to the draft," he'd still be the first pick. And so I think it's really smart for Moore to go back. And you don't know, it could change. It'd be Manning and Moore first two picks. I think Julian Sayin is a hell of a prospect too. And a lot of people had Sellers as the top-rated quarterback prospect before this season. And he had a mediocre season and wisely went back. It's a lot easier to make the decision to go back when the price keeps going up 4, 5, 6, 6.5.
Yeah.
All these teams winning national championships with portal quarterbacks. Ohio State last year, one of these teams is going to win it with a portal quarterback. Just shows you can get it done if you got talent and coaching.
Yeah. John, what do you think of the college or the national championship game, Miami and Indiana?
I think Indiana's going to beat the hell out of them just like they beat the hell out of everybody. They said, well, Miami's playing its home stadium. Well, half of it is going to be red. And those Indiana fans, they're traveling, and they have been great for them. And I watched that last game and the way Mendoza made every throw. And then I read these experts, well, he's not as mobile as you want. Well, what are you looking for? Michael Vick? He runs for yards. He's a big guy, 6'5", 220. He'll be 230 in a couple of years. And his touch, he's got touch. And he seems like he'd be a great leader. Somebody wrote this week, Raiders shouldn't take him. He's too nice to play for the Raiders. I'm saying the Raiders are a bunch of panty wastes. Give me a break. There's no mystique with the Raiders anymore except they're pathetic. Give me a break. I think he'll be great for that organization. Whether they screw it up or not remains to be seen, and there's a good chance they will. But I think he is just ideal, and I haven't seen anything I don't like about him. Great in the community, great with his teammates. And I saw David Pollack, who has a podcast, got fired by ESPN 2 years ago. David is tired of the media fawning over Kurt Cignetti. And I'm like, what planet have you been on? It's the greatest coaching job in history, maybe the greatest coaching job in all college sports. And he had a problem because ESPN was doing a thing on him, and ESPN acted like he was breaking new ground by watching tape of all the portal players. And, well, he's right. You think Sark doesn't watch tape of all the portal players? Of course he does. He may not watch 10 hours, but he's watching it. Kirby Smart's watching it. Dave Arant, Joey McGuire's watching it. All of them are watching it. So he had a problem, but he's throwing all the media together. Like we're overplaying Kurt Cignetti's role in this incredible, extraordinary, unprecedented season about what they're doing. And if I'm Pittsburgh Steelers, I'm calling his agent. Turns out he's a family friend who's an attorney. And I'm saying, well, would he be interested in talking for $20 million a year? Steelers not going to pay that. But if I'm Baltimore and I got the best job opening, I'm calling him. If I'm into any team, I'm checking on Kurt Cignetti to see if he would be interested because he's won at every level. Just Google him.
That's good. That's good. John, what did you think of the Eagles? Obviously losing to the 49ers, and what stood out was Nick Sirianni and A.J. Brown getting into it, which is ironic because of what happened earlier this year with A.J. Brown seeming very disgruntled right off of their Super Bowl win.
A.J. was not a problem with the Titans, and it's pretty obvious he's selfish. He pouts when he doesn't get the ball. It would help if he caught it when he did, because he dropped a couple of passes, one right in his hands. And that's why Sirianni went down to get in his face. They got rid of Kevin Petula, who is Sirianni's close friend. They didn't say they're firing him. They said he won't be the coordinator. Maybe he'll be Sirianni's personal assistant. I've never seen a head coach who's been to 2 Super Bowls and won one who gets more grief than Sirianni does. And I think he handles it really well. Now, they're talking about Cliff Kingsbury or Mike McDaniel coming there as the offensive coordinator and play caller. What if Jalen Hurts can't run their system? Do we think that he can? I think about what Jaden Daniels did, and I think and Daniels is a great runner. Hurts is a great runner. But I've never seen anything Hurts that made me think he's a great passer. Now, maybe with a different coordinator. Poor guys going to have 5 in 5 years. With that kind of instability is awful for your quarterback. But they got a great defense. I'm surprised, for whatever reason, Saquon Barkley didn't get any criticism this year. He didn't do squat compared to what he did the year before. Everybody's blaming it on injuries in the offensive line. But Petula could have used him as a receiver. He's a tremendous receiver. They should have found ways to get him the ball in space, whether it's screens, down the field, isolated on a linebacker. They just didn't get him. And he did a bad job. And maybe those other guys can come in there and get the best out of him because he still ought to be dangerous. It's still a good job other than the fans and the media.
All right, John, rapid fire picks. Buffalo at Denver. Denver minus 1.5.
Denver 24, Buffalo 21.
Okay. Texans, Patriots. Patriots minus 3.
Patriots 19, 17.
49ers, Seahawks in Seattle.
Seattle, third game, is going to win this one about, I'll say, 30-28.
And the LA Rams at Chicago. Chicago plus 3.5. Home dog.
I've been riding with the Rams since about halfway through the season, so I'm still going to do it. Although if it's close in the fourth quarter, no, it doesn't have to be close because Caleb Williams has been extraordinary in the fourth quarter. Something magical about the Bears, but there's something magical about Matthew Stafford. They almost beat the Eagles in really bad conditions in Philadelphia in the divisional round last year. So I'm going with Rams in this one, 20-17.
I love it.
And I'm going with Indiana Monday night, the championship game. What great time for football this is. I'm going with Indiana 37, Miami 20.
Okay. Zay, you got one more Rockets question?
No Rockets question this week. I'm going to get to Joe K.
They just broke their 3-game losing streak.
Yeah, that's
now they've got 5 in a row at home. They won last night. Got OKC coming in. Alfred Sengun came back, and they played a lot better. But this habit they've gotten of losing to poor teams, teams not as good as them. They need to get over that.
Yeah, very true. John, what do you think about Trinidad Chambliss if he were to enter the draft and not get this appeal to come back for another season in college?
We tried to get an injunction since the NCAA turned him down. It's what Diego Pavia did. So he's looking for a judge in Mississippi. And I'm sure a judge in Mississippi who's elected is going to say, nope, I'm not issuing an injunction. And then he's got to run for re-election. So I'm guessing since so many guys come back, I just saw a quarterback who's coming back for his 7th year and like his 5th team, I forgot his name. He started off at LSU as a 5-star. So if a guy like that gets a 7th year, why in the hell couldn't Chambliss get a 6th? But if he comes out and he continues to impress people at the combine, all-star games, Senior Bowl practices, pro days, private workouts, that guy's stock's going to keep going up because there's something magical about him as a leader, as when times are tough and you need big plays the most. So I hope he goes back to Ole Miss because he's so much fun to watch. But if he comes into the NFL, I'll bet you by the time the draft rolls around, if he's not a first-round pick, he'll be high in the second.
Yeah. That player you're thinking of, John, TJ Finley.
TJ Finley. My goodness. I was thinking I heard about him when I was at Baylor. And then now I look up and see, no, I've heard about him because he's been bouncing around college football like a pinball.
John, great stuff as always, my friend. We look forward to it every week. Let's do it
Guys,
again.
I do too. Thank you very much. Thanks for getting me on Wednesday this week. I do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you, John.
Absolutely. John McClain, the general. Love the conversation. He was rapid fire with those picks.
Yeah, we got to make ours today too because you won't be here these next 2 days.
I know. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here, and then we'll get to the chip shot and the right call. Hey, how about some better health in 2026? And let's do it the Humann way. Humann with 2 N's. The award-winning research, the next level research on the Humann supplements, all conducted at the University of Texas Health Science Center. And Humann's supplements go next level. I'm going to show you the 3 formulas that I take every day. The Humann Metabolic Health Daily. This is helping your healthy blood sugar, and weight management. You're going to take this with your biggest meal of the day, because it's going to probably make you less hungry. But it's also helping to, manage your blood sugar so that you're not headed for, adult onset diabetes. Cholesterol Health Daily from Humann. This is accentuating the good cholesterol in our bodies. Go ahead and keep taking the fish pills for the bad cholesterol, but Humann's Cholesterol Health Daily is accentuating the good cholesterol that we need. And the Cardiovascular Health Daily from Humann, helping you with healthy blood flow, blood pressure, vascular health. You don't want plaque building up. That's what I take, those 3 and the Super Beats Heart Chews. Everybody should be taking the Super Beats Heart Chews, because the beet-based formulas in the Super Beats Heart Chews are the #1 recommended by cardiologists and help you, maintain healthy blood pressure 2 times more effectively than just diet and exercise. So make sure you're loading up on the Super Beats Heart Chews. They're tasty, easy. And of course, the turmeric chews. I love these because I'm still working out, still playing tennis. These are helping you with anti-inflammation. That's where the pain comes from, the inflammation. So these turmeric chews help you to minimize that inflammation. Of course, I also take the Super Beats sports powder, which all the UT athletes take. All you have to do To feel better in 2026, eliminate your brain fog, is go to Humann with 2Ns.com/TSU and use the promo code TSU. You're going to get 20% off your first order, and load up because there's a 90-day money back guarantee. You're not going to want to use that, but you're going to want your body to get adjusted to these supplements and feel better like I do. Humann with 2Ns.com/TSU and use the promo code TSU. And for my guys who are snoring and my ladies who are snoring, we have one of the best experts in the country in Austin at the Sleep Cycle Center of Austin, Dr. Chad Denman, who, he's got locations in Lakeway and at the Arboretum, and he's foremost expert in treating sleep apnea, which is a lack of oxygen when you sleep. And that's scary. Like if you've ever had someone say, gosh, you were gasping for air while you were snoring, you need to get in to take advantage of this great partnership that we have right now with Texas Sports Unfiltered and the Sleep Cycle Center. Just go to sleepcyclecenters.com and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. That sleep study, first of all, Dr. Chad has the best technology to detect your level of sleep apnea, and the best treatment options, including oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds my lower jaw open when I sleep so I get that oxygen, get that deep sleep, wake up rested. If you're waking up tired every day and you snore, go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, and let Dr. Chad show you how much better sleep you can be having while also taking care of yourself and not putting yourself at risk. And hey, Cover 3, love Cover 3. My man, Tiger Brown, my son, he's been working over there, moonlighting, doing some serving, some bartending over at Cover 3 Anderson. Look, if you're not going to the Texas Vanderbilt basketball game, you want a place to watch it and enjoy some great food with a great vibe, great service, Cover 3 Anderson, Cover 3 Round Rock. The menu's unbelievable. I mean, the brick chicken and mac and cheese is fire. The Chop House burger, Texas Monthly calls it one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. And, the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich. Who doesn't love prime rib? And this is just the way Sean loved it, with the horseradish and the au jus and those Parmesan fries. Go check it out. Let us know how much you loved it. And hey, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one call to make right there. Audio visual consultations right above me. Tom McKay, our man, great supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered, great community. He supports the Austin community, and he's ready to bring you the best price on big screens and the top of the line, LG, all the best brands. He's got you covered. And all you have to do is call 255-8678. Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. You don't have to move a muscle other than making that call. He's going to hang it like a masterpiece in a museum. You're going to love it. And if your big screen isn't big enough to make you feel like you're on the sidelines at the game, then we need to upgrade possibly, or just go with a full-blown media room. I mean, Tom's the best. He's been putting big screen surround sound into your favorite restaurants in Austin for 30 plus years. He's put big screens in 3 different houses for me in Austin. Cannot recommend him highly enough. 255-8678. He can take care of surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. He's got you covered. 255-8678 or avconsultations.com. All right, Zay, for the chip shot today, I wanted to play this this little ad that my man Drew Gressett, and Drew Gressett is one of the great stories. He was on the Final Four basketball team at Texas in 2003 and started a burger company out of a food truck behind Star Bar on 6th Street called Hat Creek Burgers. Now Hat Creek is everywhere. And of course, he's a Longhorn. He's in tight with the Longhorns. And they've just cut a commercial. First of all, they put a billboard up in Austin saying that Will Muschamp gets free Hat Creek for life. And they did a commercial, kind of a spoof on his pulverizing that whiteboard when he was the defensive coordinator at Texas back in 2008. And we got Casey Studdard playing the role of Will Muschamp. And look at all the other Longhorns in this commercial. It is a all-star cast.
Let's go. Lunch rush is over. Everyone eyes up here. Look, they're making the orders right here, all right? They're hungry. They're thirsty. We call for 2 big hats. Fozzie, got to get there. Griff has to get there with fries. Soccer has to come through. Basketball has to call the order outside. And BY has to be here. Does everybody see that? It's gap control. Everybody. Do your damn job. You understand that? Are you bleeding, man? This? No, that's just ketchup.
Hat Creek Burgers. I love it. That's good.
That's great.
Did you see your man Griff in there?
Yeah, I saw my man Griff doing his thing.
VY.
Brianna Preston, Jordan Lee up in there. Bo Ogden. Bo Ogden was the one that elbowed
Fozzie
Whitaker. Yeah.
Bo Ogden.
Bo Ogden, who dropped 35 on my Bulldogs a couple of weeks ago. 35. Yeah. That Bo Ogden's pretty good.
Are we going to go watch him?
We were supposed to. We already missed the first Westlake Bowie matchup, so the other one has to be happening soon. I'll look into that more. But we got to see him. We got to see him play.
Yeah, we got to go see him.
Yeah. Shout out to Drew Gressett, by the way, man. I remember Drew and him and Brad Buckman used to keep my pops up at night because Drew, even though he was a walk-on at Texas, Drew could have played somewhere and been a scholarship guy. Like he could have been like a D1, D2 scholarship college basketball player, but he loved the University of Texas. Rick Barnes let him walk on, and the rest was history there. But no, Drew could ball. Drew could ball. He was a really good player.
Drew Jeezy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great success story, with Hat Creek Burgers, and happy for him. So everybody get out, support Hat Creek. Hat Creek is also a proud sponsor of Texas Sports Unfiltered, but I love their chicken sandwich. I'm not going to lie. That cheddar and bacon on it. Oh man. Yeah. That's good stuff.
That's good stuff. Yeah.
All right, let's get to the right cogs. We've got to make picks.
Yeah, we got to make picks. And I want to show you something too, because it's pretty crazy about the game tomorrow, Texas versus South Carolina. But before that, though, shout out to Covert BK, family owned and operated, doing it for over 100 years. Love Covert BK. Wifey and I got our Buick Encore GX from Covert BK, and that's my favorite vehicle that I've ever owned. And it was just because of the hospitality, just the process. It was very simple. If you want to take my word for how great Covert BK is, listen to these 5 folks of Covert BK.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep, let's talk a little men's basketball. We'll get to the women's too. Since you won't be here tomorrow, I want to preview that because we got some ish popping off of South Carolina. But men's play tonight. You're muted, by the way. Vanderbilt, 16-0, really good. Tyler Tanner, point guard, might be the best point guard in the SEC.
Is this a guy that my man Kendall Weaver needs to face guard?
Maybe for a little bit, because he's a Nashville kid. So he's going to be the guy that most likely stays at Vanderbilt his whole career. Like, he kind of bleeds those colors. But he was on the team last year, and he was just a defensive stopper. Now Mark Byington has made him the man. Well, shout out to Mark Byington. He's done a hell of a job, the head coach at Vanderbilt. But Tyler Tanner's averaging 17 a game, averaging 5.4 assists. And you could just tell he has full control of that offense. He has full control of that team. You know, and he's an elite defender. He's a tough matchup. And whoever's guarding him tonight, you just don't want him to control the game, because he can do it with his passing and he can do it with his scoring. So you got to make life difficult for him, however that may be. They got Oklahoma transfer Duke Miles in, who's having his best year. He's been in college for like 6 years somehow. He was eligible for a 6th year. He's averaging 17 points a game. And then their pure dead-eye shooter, Tyler Nickel, who's shooting 47% from 3. 47%. And he's getting them up, too. It's not like Cam Heidi. He's getting them up. He is shooting the hell out of the ball, which I shouldn't be dissing Cam Heidi. Cam Heidi's been balling these last 2 games. He had that nasty reverse dunk against Alabama the other night, which that's the nastiest dunk of the year for Texas basketball. That was vicious. Like, not too many guys can do that. So Cam Heidi, I've been hard on Cam Heidi this year. Last 2 games, Heidi's been balling. Got to give him his credit. But tonight, Horns, they got to bring in that momentum they had against Bama, man. Just play hard. You could do it. I don't think Jordan Pope could go for 28 every game, but at least the effort defensively, even though you gave up 88 against Alabama, that's one of the best offenses you're going to face all year. That 88 was a hard 88. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but that was a tough 88 that they got from a style of play that they don't want to play. They want to shoot a lot of threes. They want to come off screens and shoot threes. In Texas, like I said the other day, they were forcing them to drive and do a more penetrating kick to get the ball out of Holloway and Philon's hands. You got to run Nickel off the line. You cannot let Tyler Tanner get everybody involved and, orchestrate and score. And you can't allow Duke Miles to get in the paint and make some noise there. So if they could stop those 3 guys or at least slow them down, I think Texas could come out with a huge upset tonight. I really do, because I've seen it. I saw the effort against Alabama, bring that effort against Vanderbilt at home. Hopefully the mood is rocking. I think Texas could make some noise tonight. Now, I don't think they can win. I don't know what the line is.
I was just about to
check that out for me.
Vanderbilt minus 4.5.
Ooh. Hell. I feel good about Texas tonight. I really do. I feel good about them tonight. Like, I think they showed Sean Miller, okay, we can do some things with this effort. You know what I'm saying? Lassina Traore, way better than he's been all year against Alabama. Mathis, you might need less minutes. If Traore is going to play like that, Trayvon Mark's been playing well. Dalen Swain played well against Alabama. He has to continue to be aggressive. So Vanderbilt, even though they're undefeated, they haven't played nobody. Their best win was against Alabama. Texas beat Alabama too. So how good are they really? Even though I do think offensively they're really good. Texas can win tonight. They really can. So we'll see how that goes. On another note, Chip, women's game tomorrow. I'll preview that with my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective. He'll be on with me the next 2 days. That's my guy. Appreciate Chip for making that thing happen. But apparently South Carolina has a 6'7" big that just got on campus, that's from France, that can dunk. Alicia Burmese, I'm botching her name, Burmese or something like that. She's 6'7". Don Staley said she's playing tomorrow. She's already getting acclimated to the system. And, yeah, she's going to be a problem for Vic Schaefer and them. So she was not available in that first matchup. Now she is. She's a little lanky, but she's 6'7", 18 years old from France, and she can dunk the ball with ease, 2 hands. So that's going to be a problem tomorrow night for Vic Schaefer and crew, who is coming off of that loss against LSU. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, usually when Vic calls everything out, he gets a great effort.
Yeah. Zay, we talked football for an hour and 50 minutes today, bro. Come on, dog. I get it. I love football too, but we talk. Rewind. If you want to hear all the football talk, rewind. The first hour and 50 minutes, that's what we talked about. So that little basketball that we talked about for 3 minutes, I think you could manage a little bit. But if not, go check it out.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. What I don't have the line on the women's game. What odds do you give Texas to win that game?
Not good odds.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it. So
okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out the next couple days, so we're gonna get to our NFL picks. Now listen, Zay was on fire. Zay went 5-1 in the NFL last week. He got the Panthers right, the Bears, the Bills, the 49ers, and the Patriots. The only game he had that was wrong was the Steelers.
Damn Aaron Rodgers.
I went 4-2.
Solid.
And we both picked Indiana to cover. So Zay was 6-1 overall. I was 5-2 overall. That's our best performance of the season.
Yeah. Hey, when it matters, playoffs. When it matters, yeah, I deserve the points. Yeah.
So now we come back for an encore, and Buffalo at Denver. Denver is -1.5. I don't know why. I'm feeling the Bills.
Oh, me too. All Josh Allen.
Feeling the Bills. So I'm going to go Bills +1.5. You too?
Same. Yep. Let's go.
All right. Then we got my Texans in Foxborough. And you know where I'm going. Texans +3, please. Zay?
Yeah. Give me the Texans too, man. That defense. That Colt's going to play in their favor too.
Yeah, I think that defense gets after Drake May, and I mean, that defense has been making everybody look bad, so I'm counting on it one more time from the Texans. Well, a couple more times actually, but all right, then the 49ers are going to Seattle. The NFC West showdown. San Francisco is +7. I know George Kittle's not playing, but man, that seems like a lot. I think the 49ers can cover. I think the Seahawks win, but Sam Darnold, I'm not saying I'm doubting him. I just want to see it in the playoffs, because last year for the Vikings, it didn't go so well. But I think the 49ers cover the 7. So give me San Francisco +7.
I'm going to go Seahawks.
Okay.
I'm going to Seahawks. I think the George Kittle thing's a big deal. Yeah, Seahawks. I'm going to go with them. 12th man. The real 12th man.
Real 12th.
The real 12th man, not whatever the weird cult they got down in College Station.
Well, and then it's the LA Rams going to blustery Soldier Field in Chicago, where the Bears took down the Packers last week. Everybody's having a love fest in Chicago. And you know what? I think the Bears cover, maybe even pull the upset. Give me the Bears +3.5, Zay.
Yeah. I've been thinking about this one. I did not like the way the Rams looked down the stretch against Carolina. I'm going to go with the Rams. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't feel good about this at all. And then Indiana, whatever that number is, I don't care if it keeps rising or not. Indiana.
Okay, we'll be able to talk about that one on Monday
That's right.
Before the game. So I'll let you wait until that line settles in.
All right. That's right.
And we will pick that one.
And I see y'all in the comment section. I just checked it out. Breaking news. Jonte Newman, A&M, true freshman, offensive tackle, has committed to Texas. 6'6", 315, 4 years of eligibility left. So another big fella, especially getting him from A&M. I like that. That's petty. That's petty, Steve. Yeah. Let's make this man a first-round pick. That'd be even pettier. So they understand what they need. They're making the move for it. I like it. Now, let's see a developmental guy, because it seems like it. If he has 4 years left and he's coming from A&M, like that means he was redshirted. So seems like a developmental guy, which you just need bodies at this point. So 6'6", 315, we can work with that.
We work with that. Yeah, Texas getting, piece by piece, little by little, bringing in the reinforcements. So, yeah, Jonte Newman. And I am looking him up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it'd take a lot for Brandon Baker to move. Like, I'm not looking at this guy. If people are wondering, okay, what does this mean for Brandon Baker? Because Trevor Gooseby, that spot solidified. But Brandon Baker, if this guy's that good, are they going to be battling? And then what about Andre Kojo and Chapman and those guys that are there? You need bodies at the end of the day, and another body's cool, but how good is this kid now?
Right.
And 4 years, that's developmental in my opinion. You got
For
4
sure.
years left, but we don't know. You don't got the stats really.
Yeah. He played 7 snaps.
Ugh.
Red shirt, so 4 years of eligibility. 6'4", 331, as you said. So developmental. Looking for the impact. You've got Andre Kojo coming off a knee injury. Okay. We'll see. I think
Dave
there's
already
more.
talked to Brandon Baker. You see Dave? They said we moving them.
Well, they have talked to him about it. I think the way Texas has been going, they need to be really sure about making sure the guys they have who they want on that line next year are good with, that they're being communicated with, and that everything is, you don't want to see any more dudes heading into the portal, but so Texas now has 2 developmental offensive linemen committed. Dylan Sikorsky and Jonte Newman of Texas A&M. So, all right, let's open up the gym. Patrick and Matt, bring them in. So Patrick, I'll start with Matt. So, Matt, do you think Trinidad Chambliss gets the injunction? They got to find a judge in Mississippi who can give him that injunction, right?
Surely they will. I mean, I hope so. I think he deserves it because I'm a homer. So of course I'm going to say that he deserves it. But yeah, I mean, look, if Diego Pavia can get it done, then I'm sure that Trinidad can get it done too. I wouldn't be shocked if he went to the NFL draft though. I feel like he'd be at least a day 2 guy. But maybe he just really wants to come back.
I bet by the time I bet his stock just keeps rising. That dude was so good in the playoffs, man. I mean, woo.
Yeah.
He looked a lot better than Justin Herbert.
Yeah. Yeah, playoff Herbert, though. That's easy. Hey, man, by the way, that line, I looked at it this morning. It was 7.5 for Texas tonight. It's 4.5 now. So I don't know what happened in the last several hours since I looked. When I was looking at this morning, it was 7.5.
Does Tyler Tanner have the flu? What's
I don't know.
On?
I don't know what it is, but for some reason, they dropped it 3 points in a day. So
that's a lot.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's why when you said it, I was listening to the show and I'm like, wait, 4.5. I had everything. I read it 7.5.
All right.
All right. I'm out.
Appreciate y'all.
I'll be back Monday.
Later, guys.
Cheers.
Welcome in to Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line's open, 512-222-9328. And of course, over there on the chat, Texas, Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Make sure to like, subscribe, join us, all that good stuff there on the YouTubes. Matt, we got another pickup for Texas right before we come on the air. Jonte Newman from Texas A&M, jumping ship from A&M and coming over to Texas, adding another developmental offensive lineman. I want to get into that and some of the depth. We were already going to talk about looking at the depth and kind of reevaluating after, because we talked about it before of what we needed. And so I want to get into that, but that's another developmental and another depth piece for Texas there. We'll also get into the Texas Vanderbilt game a little bit later, talk some more NFL a little bit later as well, as the coaching carousel and the conversations about coaches getting offers and everything are increasing, or coaches getting interviews, I should say, are increasing as we go on. But Matt, it's a Wednesday afternoon now. Feeling good. I like that you get, when you're trying to do your job and then do this job at the same time, and then news comes out that kind of makes it very difficult because they're at the same time.
Yeah. I really appreciate the timing, popping right before Open Gym comes on. Big time stuff for Jonte Newman there. The grass is always greener on the other side, my guy. This is a fun job. We love when news breaks, don't we, Patrick?
Hey man, it's good for me. I'm all for news breaking on our show. I'm all good with it. Yeah, no, it's just fun. We get to see that come through. I was laughing too. Was listening. Chip was playing that Hat Creek commercial. Did you see the new Hat Creek commercial they put out with all the Longhorns in it, Matt?
Yes, I did. And Chip just tweeted out that they're giving Muschamp free burgers for life.
That is what they've said. That's what they say on it. They do. I just laugh because Hat Creek, we used to do when I was working for the Zone. I would have to go set up for Chip and Sean in the mornings. And that was get to Hat Creek at 4 a.m., something like that, 4:15, something like that. And they just gave me a key because they were like, no one's going to be here to let you in, to get what you need and get power and get internet and all that other stuff. So I had a key to Hat Creek in my desk at work. Just wake up in the morning, go out there, go in, turn off the alarm, set up, and then you watch as their employees roll in as we've been doing a show for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And their employees would start to roll in. You're like,
sounds
yeah,
about
man.
right.
Those morning show is not bad. I did a morning show with Rod. I've worked with some other ones. Those are not terrible. Like you get used to waking up at 4 a.m. and you get used to, getting stuff ready in time and kind of waking up by 6 and doing the show. You get used to it. Doing broadcast for morning shows and having to set up broadcast, that is just never fun. Never fun to have to wake up at like 3 a.m. 2 in the morning. Get there, get all the equipment set up, get everything, make sure you're running right, make sure nothing's broken. If you forget something or something, you're driving back, you're trying to make sure you get back before traffic in the morning. That was never fun, doing the broadcast in the morning. But just doing the show was all right. But yeah, those broadcasts could be. And during these months, like if you're doing something in January or something, Matt, and it's the morning, it's 40 degrees outside, and you're trying to set things up with gloves on and everything else because you just woke up and it's 40 degrees and you don't want to be anywhere. Never the most fun to do. Never fun to just be sitting outside in the cold in the morning, but I've done it plenty of times in my radio career.
Yeah, I've never had to experience that. But you know what? I'm jealous, Patrick. I'll say that. I'm saying that with a little bit of sarcasm, but that's tough, man. That's tough.
I mean, it's what you do when you start out in things. But yeah, it was yeah, but not doing morning. It's everywhere. They're like, hey, we really want you to come out and do this, and you're like, awesome, and they're like, you're right out front, and we're like, it's 40 degrees and pitch black outside. It's not ideal. But you're hiring us for like the 2 hours, not the 4 hours. That was the whole thing. But I won't complain too much about it because, you got to do really fun stuff and you work your way up. And then I was doing it talking and not having to set up and just show up. And it was much more fun that way. But Matt, the news today, of course, we just got the Jonte Newman news, and we'll get into that in a minute because I feel like you may have a better track on Jonte Newman than other people as someone who's also covered the Aggies to an extent as well, maybe a little bit. I know he didn't really play this season, but he was a recruit that the Aggies were really big on that they were able to get. And then we also saw the news kind of back to back that Ryan Wingo has officially announced that he will be coming back. And that's, again, assumption that he was, you just want to see the actual commitment and we're coming back and Hero Canoe coming back. Those are both big ones. CB was our investigator. If you were with us at the end of the show yesterday for our meathead and watching Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp trying to drink, and we were trying to figure out what the bottle was. It is called Shea Cognac, which as soon as CB sent it to me on X, I was like, oh, Shea, it's got to be Shannon Sharp's thing, which makes 100% sense. And I looked it up, and it's Shannon Sharp's cognac. Which I don't know if I would ever try and chug cognac.
No.
That's not seem like a thing I would try and chug out of the bottle. No. I mean, really, it's kind of like cheaper whiskey you can do, vodka you could probably do out of a bottle. And like all of them are still going to hurt, but like you could do it. But there's certain liquors. I'm like, I'm not trying to chug that. I wouldn't even try it with rum just because it's too sugary.
I wouldn't do it with anything. I had a friend in college who used to drink Jaeger like it was water. Just gulp, gulp, gulp. And it was horrible. But yeah, I mean, congratulations, CB. You once again prove yourself to be the best honorary sports producer in the history of Austin Sports Radio. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no, it comes out. But yeah, I've chugged out of a bottle. Not like aggressively, not like he did. But I have swug out of a bottle and gone hard at a bottle before. Normally at the beginning of the night. At the night in the night, I'm no better. But at the beginning, when you're like, let's get going, and we have a short time, and we got a long way to go and a short time to get there, then you take some pulls out, whatever. But yeah, I would not do that with cognac. That would not be.
No,
I don't think that'd be fun.
Absolutely not. But yes, big news. Ryan Wingo returning to Austin officially. He announced it on Instagram. It was trending that way considering he was one of the main recruiters in the Cam Coleman sweepstakes. Glad to see him finally make it official. And Hero Canoe, we expected him to return. He officially announces it as well. Perfect fit. About as close to a perfect fit as you can get for what Will Muschamp wants out of a 3-technique defensive lineman. So fantastic news for Texas. They're going to be stacked in the middle next season. So good stuff on both sides. Because, hey, Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo, I think I said this on Monday, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, but I'll be a little bit hyperbolic. It's like a more talented version of Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell at wide receiver for your 1-2 punch.
Yeah. No, exactly. And I think we talked about this the other week about the leadership positions for Texas and who are the guys that we know can come back and we're stepping up as leaders this year and could go up. And both of these guys are part of that. So to have those both come back when you have so much turnover in your roster, to have some stability now, to get a Ryan Wingo who is ascending to be a leader in that wide receiver room. Now he has Cam Coleman to kind of co-lead with in that wide receiver room. And then Hero Canoe definitely on the defensive line, because Hero Canoe came in like a late addition and still became really early in the season one of the leaders of this Texas football team. And so it was, I mean, we saw quickly how much of an impact he could make as a leader and someone to push this team forward and be just a really positive guy. He was doing media pretty quickly, which you don't, I mean, for a guy whose English is not his first language, you don't expect him to necessarily be doing press like after transferring a year ago, and maybe wasn't the most heralded transfer even that you were able to get. Shows you how much he's ready to work. And he does put himself in the position now for how much he played well last year and produced. Now with Will Muschamp coming in, you say these are both guys who will have first round potential in the draft. I don't know if either one of them will be first round, depending on what happens next season, but they both have first round potential in the draft now, because Hero Canoe could be that late first rounder, early second round guy, depending on how well he adapts to this Will Muschamp system.
Yeah, I mean, I think Texas is probably going to have anywhere from 5 to 7 first-round picks in the 2027 NFL draft, which will be bonkers. We haven't seen that in a really long time. And I was talking to somebody earlier today about that possibility, and Ryan Wingo and Hero Canoe were two of the names that came up in terms of if everything goes right. You know, I mean, obviously Hero Canoe will be in the 2026 draft, but Ryan Wingo more than likely will be in the 2027 draft. That's 2 more first round picks that are coming back to your roster potentially if everything goes right. We had talked about that leader thing, and you know, I'm glad you brought up his leadership, because he could be the focal point of the defense in terms of leadership next year.
Yeah,
he really does have that kind of personality. He's very engaging. The other guys on the line on the defense love him. Proves it on the field, proves it in the locker room, does everything the right way. So huge deal to get him back for sure.
Yeah, to be able to go in there, help out Colin Simmons on that defensive line as a leadership role, because Colin Simmons is still a young guy. So, sometimes it has helped to have guys that have been there. Again, a guy who played on a national championship team for Ohio State, knows what it takes to get there. So just a really big get back. And then, yeah, we all know what Ryan Wingo can do and what we're excited to see him be able to do with Cam Coleman. Because if you have Cam Coleman, you lose Ryan Wingo, you go, okay, maybe that's an upgrade, but we're still not really set in that room. And now we got to find some other pieces. And this just makes you go, okay, now I feel really good if on the outside I've got Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo, and I can put like him and Mosley in the slot. And then, you just look at some of the other pieces. We know people are really, really excited about Jermaine Bishop. Whether or not he can hit that in year one, we'll see. Dalen McCutcheon is somebody that we assume is going to continue to grow with what he was able to do this year. And Khalid Lockett, guys like that, you're really excited to see what that wide receiver room is going to look like. How many guys maybe at the end of their career at Texas in that room right now will be NFL players. Because I think that's kind of the clue, is like, all right, well, we know there's 2 NFL players in that room right now. Emmett Mosley can definitely put himself in that situation to be one this year. And then we talk about the younger guys. Although, I mean, Khalid Lockett and Jamie French could still be first-round picks. We just haven't seen them play yet. So, that's a line where you go, that could easily be 5 NFL wide receivers in that room right now, if not more, if Dalen McCutcheon gets there at 6. So, I think there's just so much good talent in that room that once you did lose some guys, you lost Parker Livingston, you lost DeAndre Moore, you're able to still walk away and say, we feel pretty good about that wide receiver room.
Yeah, Jermaine Bishop's probably going to end up being an NFL player as well. So,
yeah,
you can see why they're probably not going to add another body in the transfer portal at the wide receiver position. Obviously, with French being gone, you lose one, but it's it's still loaded with NFL talent, and it will continue to be loaded with NFL talent, because this is, I believe, the third time in 4 years that Steve Sarkisian has gone out and gotten the number one wide receiver in the transfer portal. At A.D. Mitchell in 23, Isaiah Bond in 24, and then Cam Coleman this year. So you would expect that they'll probably swing big again at that position next year. And they didn't do it last year, obviously, and we saw the results. There was, Emmett Mosley was a late addition, but he was never going to be the number one wide receiver in the transfer portal. Had they, probably gone out and done that, you may have seen a different thing at the receiver position. But they obviously really, value that position very highly, both in terms of experience and young developmental players. So it's going to be a loaded room for a long time.
Yeah, and I mean, I think you see a little bit of that change of philosophy, or just change of recognition of what the game is right now, that last year maybe they didn't go out because we killed in recruiting, getting French and Lockett, and you felt like, Dalen McCutcheon, you were like, man, we've got so many young players that have a chance to be players by the end of the season. And Michael Terry even maybe fits into that, as someone who's really, an electric player who's starting out as a wide receiver and then moved in that running back room. But you just felt good about having so many players there, adding DeAndre Moore, and you felt good about Parker Livingston stepping up last year, which he did for, especially early in the season. So I think you felt pretty good about a lot of young guys. And this year, maybe the thought process goes back to, we need more. We can't trust that Jermaine Bishop is going to be the dude this season. We have to go get a really good wide receiver, because we think that Khalil Lockett could be it. We think that Dalen McCutcheon can step up. We think that Jermaine Bishop might be that guy coming forward. But I can't guarantee, in a year where I have to have sure things, I have to go get him. It's a change of philosophy for sure for Texas, but I think that at a certain point, that's what you have to do now, because you can't have those gaps that you just normally, in old school college football, you had gaps in your roster. And Randy, you're right. That O-line is still kind of the point that you're having to go into. And so at this point, you still have to go out there and get your O-line figured out. They do get Jonte Newman to come in today as another developmental piece. Adding in with Dylan Sikorsky as kind of guys to add in some depth, because you've lost so many depth pieces. So when you say you've lost a lot of depth in the O-line room, before we get into depth of all these different positions, Matt, what do you think about adding Jonte Newman there, getting a guy to cross over, stay in the state of Texas, but just move on from A&M and come on over to Texas?
He hasn't played a lot of football. For Texas A&M, he played in one game last season again. I believe it was against Auburn, and he didn't grade out particularly well. But he was a true freshman playing against one of the best defensive fronts in the SEC, so it was kind of hard to have a decent game there. He only played in 7 snaps, but he didn't allow a pressure. He didn't allow a sack or a hit or a hurry, which is what goes into the pressure category. So that's a positive, at least. You add him as a young developmental piece that is big, that is physical, that can probably move inside, because he was projected as an interior offensive lineman coming out of high school. He's from the Cypress area. He went to Cypress Bridgeland. And, Kyle Flood Texas offered him coming out of high school. Kyle Flood was his main recruiter, obviously. So there was some familiarity there. He's listed at 6'4", 331 pounds. So he's a big dude, and he's got kind of a guard body frame. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him move inside as kind of a developmental inside offensive line piece. But he has a really impressive list of offers coming out of high school. Texas A&M, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Oregon, Tennessee, Texas, Texas Tech, and USC all recruited this kid. So, if all of those programs are in on this guy, and obviously Texas A&M was in on him as well, because that's where he's coming from, that shouts to me that there's some untapped talent there. And I think that they're going to try and develop him into a key piece for the future, and also give you some depth, with the loss of Nick Brooks, that helps. And with some of these other guys like Danny Cruz and Nate Kibble on the inside, we'll see where he ends up playing. I think he could probably play either, but just the fact that he's 6'4", 331 pounds kind of tells me that he's more built to play guard. But I'd have to watch what little tape there is out there of him in college, and maybe watch some high school tape to really figure out where he's going to end up.
Yeah, I mean, and we've heard that a lot from some of these guys that Texas brings in, and I mean, it just kind of is the offensive line in college. There is more, trying to get people that are open to being more versatile, and you want to be able to have guys that are okay with, if you need, we need help right now in interior offensive line. So like Nick Brooks is a perfect example. That is a guy that wants to be, want to be a tackle, was ready to be a tackle, and then, you got to move him inside. And he came in and he tried his best to play inside. And I get it's very hard to be that young and try and play inside. So, yeah, for this to bring in Jonte Newman, you want to bring in somebody that you can have be versatile and, can step outside if you need. If you're hurting a tackle, you've got a guy that you feel you can put out there. If not, you can put him inside and you find the place. You said it the other day, Matt. It's about the 5 best players getting on the field. Mm-hmm. And so when you develop these guys, you figure out where they're best. And I mean, if we want to talk about one of the problems with Texas last year was that they misplayed Cole Hudson for half a season. And, you thought he understands the game the best, and he just wasn't a good center. It's a different game. It's a different, way to block. And it wasn't his forte, and they moved him over, and he suddenly got much, much better. It was not like he was terrible. So sometimes you just got to find the right spot for these guys, what their skill set is, and you do that. Now, most players, if they're the best they can be, would rather be a tackle because you make more money there. But it's in college, you're like, you can go inside and go outside and wherever you're going to be, and the NFL is going to do the same thing that we're doing, and they're going to push you around. And you may be a tackle all in college and be a guard in the NFL. You may be a guard all in college, and then sometimes they'll move a guy back out to tackle because they're just trying to find the 5 best guys.
Yeah, and I think that the conversation that you have there with the player while he's in school is, I mean, you're right that tackles typically make more money at the NFL level than guards do. But the question really is, where are you going to make the most money? Mm-hmm. Are you going to be projected as a starting left tackle in the NFL or a starting right tackle in the NFL? And are you going to get drafted in that kind of position to earn that kind of money? Or are you going to project more to a guard in the NFL level? So we're going to get you ready to play guard at the NFL level so that you can get drafted higher in that area so that teams don't have to worry about transitioning you in there and teaching you how to play the position. So there's a lot of things that go into it. I have no idea where this guy is going to play right now. He played in one game for Texas A&M, and he was kind of this kind of came out of nowhere. I didn't even know that they were talking to him at this time, so I hadn't been doing any research on him. And considering he barely played at A&M, I didn't do any research for him while I was there. But we'll see where it goes. And Randy, yeah, I think that the push for Jordan Seaton has been on. So I don't know that this is necessarily an indicator that that's going to happen or that the push is on, but I can guarantee you that push is on. Yeah,
there is absolutely no shock that they're going to be all in trying to get Seaton, because this is, the game plan going in, that the only position Sark really said they were going to go hard at in the transfer portal, which we know now is multiple positions. But in the Citrus Bowl, he mentioned, we're going to really try and build the offensive line in the portal. We're really going to try and go for the offensive line in the portal. That's, he doesn't normally talk about stuff like that. And he said, we're going to go try and do it. And so far that hasn't been the case, that they've been able to win some. So they've gone after several guys, hasn't worked out with some of them. So a lot of them returned home to where they were going. You maybe get in some conversations. As Sark also mentioned too, sometimes you're getting, numbers that you're just like, man, I can't pay that number. Like, you are not a good enough player to get that number. And if they're getting it somewhere else, or they're deciding to go somewhere else because they're not getting that number. But I think Texas still has their plan of what they want to do. And Seaton is definitely part of that right now. If you bring him in, it just elevates everything a lot. So they've had to change their plan, which was, I'm sure, was go into the portal, get yourself the best offensive lineman, go, get good deals, load yourself up, and then maybe if someone else comes out better, then you'll even load up even more. And it didn't quite work out that way. Then they go make the run on linebackers, and they make, they go get Cam Coleman, they get Hollywood Smothers. So you start to feel better about the rest of your roster shaping up. And now they're kind of going and getting some depth pieces at the offensive line as well, shoring it up and, making sure that, you're still being active in every aspect, but you're definitely still going for those big names. And speaking of the big names as well, there was a moratorium or whatever it is where there was a dead period where you couldn't be visiting schools. I believe that ends today, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe there was not as many big signings in the last couple of days because people couldn't visit. Seton couldn't go anywhere. He can now take his visits to Texas, to Oregon, to wherever else he wants to go visit. We know there's a ton of schools going to be asking for it. The first two big names that came up were Texas and Oregon. But, I'm sure plenty of other schools are going to be calling him. I guarantee you Miami and Indiana will both probably at least make a phone call. Say, do you want to come? You want to come check out our practices for the national championship? Because that's a great selling pitch too.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple things. I think that the whiffs that everybody is going to bring up when it comes to the offensive line and the transfer portal are the two Michigan kids, Guarnera and Sprague. I don't know how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
And also the Wisconsin kid, Bruner. I think those are the three that everybody kind of looks at and they really wanted to get, and they didn't end up getting them. I know that in the case of the Michigan guys, they offered them more than enough, and they took less money to go back to Michigan because they believed in Kyle Whittingham's vision of cleaning up the program, and they wanted to stay there. So that's one thing to consider. I don't know that they've ever really been concerned about the way that this offensive line thing is projecting because more players are still entering. It seems like they were anticipating someone at the level of Jordan Seton at least entering, and that's why that they didn't make a rash move and go get somebody that they had to overpay, or rebuild their offensive line with a bunch of SEC starters who were bad last year, like Texas A&M did. So that's something to consider. I think they're still going to bring in more depth and developmental pieces. I think that they're going to bring in some starting caliber pieces. There might be a piece on one of these national title teams that is worth looking at once this whole thing is over and they get to enter the portal. Maybe keep an eye out for that one. But yeah, I mean, I think that there's still plenty of names out there that you can go get, plenty of names that are going to come in, and their plan is coming into fruition. I don't know that I can't guarantee you that Texas is going to land Jordan Seton. I don't think anybody could guarantee you that. But I think that they are probably, if I had to make a bet and say which one of them is currently sitting in pole position, I would. Pole position means first place, right?
I think so.
We're going to pretend it means first place. That's what I'm trying to say. I think that they're probably the team to beat right now, just based on what I've heard. We can go through some other kids here that I would be interested in seeing Texas bring in, but at the end of the day, I think you're going to look up and you're going to see Texas has a much better looking offensive line than it did last season.
Yeah, I mean, because that's kind of the last piece that you really, really go, we're missing the full starters on that one. Because I want to get into here a little bit of the depth around the team now, because really starter-wise, I think as we go through this, you feel pretty good about your team right now. You could probably add somebody else in the secondary if it was a really great piece popped in. You maybe look that direction and go, okay, well, this guy, all of a sudden sets us apart, but I don't know if you're looking that way just to add, you're not trying to add another maybe starter or competition necessarily so much as you may add some depth, or if somebody really good pops in here in the next couple days, you may go that route. But we start to look through the depth of the team, Matt. We'll start on the offensive end. We can start off easily enough. The quarterback room is doing just fine. You got three guys in there. You have a guy now in KJ Lacey who you feel started to come on a little bit better at the end of last season. And you go, okay. And now, could they still bring in somebody to compete as they brought in Matthew Caldwell? For sure. They could 100%, once they get everything else, still say, let's go get a fourth quarterback. I think that's completely reasonable. When you have all the extra scholarships and you're able to do that, if you find a guy that you just want to bring in to compete because you know it's a long season and you're not sure, and you also say, well, hell, even if we have to go to Lacey, I'd like to have another backup plan other than throwing in a true freshman Diabell. In a season where we're really hoping to get in. We just can't afford to lose a game. We just can't afford to lose a game. So you just don't want to ever have one of those games where you're, playing a Vanderbilt or playing a Florida or playing somebody like that, and you're without Arch Manning for one game. Knock on wood there, not have that. But, you don't want to, you want to be able to have somebody you really trust. I think they think that's KJ Lacey right now, but it wouldn't surprise me if they went out and got one more.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't like being the hyperbolic guy. But I guess I'm going to be the hyperbolic guy. I mean, Texas might have the best quarterback room in America next year. Like the only other one that at least in the SEC, the only other one that I can think of would probably be LSU now that they have Sam Leavitt and Husan Longstreet, who just transferred from USC, and Oregon with Dante Moore and now Dylan Raiola. I mean, I think those are kind of the ones you look at, but it's looking pretty good for Texas in that area. I still would expect them to go out and get a veteran guy, just, probably kind of late in the process, maybe in the spring or summer, kind of like they did with Matthew Caldwell. Just like a break glass in case of emergency. I fully expect KJ Lacey to win the backup battle if he has to compete for it. But in the event that Arch gets hurt and then KJ comes in and stinks it up, which I wouldn't anticipate he would, but I'm just saying in that event, you'd like to have a veteran to throw in there to, kind of balance things out.
Yeah, I'm with you. And CB, I saw that too about that Oregon, because you do have Dante Moore and you brought in a good transfer in Raiola. So you feel okay about that. I don't know if who they've got recruited. I'm sure they've got somebody good in there as well. I'm not quite as high on Raiola because we've seen it. Now, experience-wise, like if you just want to talk about experienced could come in and play a game for you, then Oregon may be in that case, because you're talking about a guy who's now been in the playoffs and did not play well in the second game at all, in Dante Moore, but he's got some experience, and Dylan Raiola has played some good games. So I think they're both good. They're really good players. I think the future is brighter that when we look at it, and Diabell is one of those guys that you think if everything goes according to plan and everything's great, then he's a future first overall pick. That's saying a lot, and that's a ton of pressure to put on someone who is yet to even, he's showing up on campus now. That's what we could say. So, but outside of that, I think that's a bit, again, we won't be hyperbolic there, man, because he could not be as well. But so I think that room, if you look at Texas, just has a room with a ton of potential. But we saw last year, at the beginning of last year, Arch's, potential doesn't mean automatic come into a game and be great off the bat. So, but I'd say I'd rather have Texas room than Oregon's room, but I may be a homer on that one. But I personally would rather have Texas room.
Yeah, I mean, at least Dylan Raiola has some power starting experience. I think that's probably where you make that distinction. But Arch is supremely better than Dante Moore, in my opinion. So, little give and take there. You'll give the edge to the better starter, the team with the better starter in that arena.
And we know we didn't have a great all last season, but again, if you were to put them both in the NFL draft right now, Arch goes first overall. Dante Moore is probably, fourth or fifth, or he's the third quarterback taken. I'll say that. I don't know where he gets taken, but he's the third quarterback taken. And Arch would still go before Mendoza, who's been having a great season, but still just the potential of Arch is so high that everyone looks at him and just goes, that's it, through the roof potential. Looking over at the running back room, you're not returning a lot in the running back room. You are returning James Simon, and you are returning Ohio State's got Julian Sayin, so they're really good. I don't know who their backup would be that would be like super amazing. but I'm sure they've got really good players. But you're right, Jake.
His name escapes me right now, but they've got a good one.
Yeah, I have no doubt that they have some good players. No doubt at all. But you return James Simon, and if they keep Michael Terry in that running back room, that's who you return. You did go out and get some guys in the portal as well, as you were able to go get Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers, and then you also go out in recruiting and bring in Derek Cooper, who you feel really, really good about. Jet Walker is another guy that's 6'1", 210 that maybe can be more of a power guy for you if you want to be in that. You added a couple other guys in this running back room. So you have 4 new guys, 2 transfers, 2 freshmen, and then 1 or 2 returning, depending on what we say where Michael Terry is. I assume they're keeping him at running back, but you never really know with guys like that because it's like Ryan Niblett. You never know where he's going to really end up.
Yeah, I mean, he could end up being back in the slot at receiver, depending on how they feel about their running back position next season. But I still think they could add another body there too. I wouldn't be shocked to see them go out, just get like a veteran power back type. I have no idea who that might be at this point, but that possibility exists. Just based on what they did in the portal, though, it seems like that they're probably going to shift to a lot more outside zone running with Raleek Brown and Hollywood Smothers. So I'm a big fan of that. I like that. I think Texas does that well. So it should be a lot of fun. I don't know if Jet Walker's going to play or not at all next year, but he's got the build and the potential to be a power back. He's just more of a developmental piece, but I actually feel really good about the running back room right now, even if they don't bring anybody else in. So, and part of that is because I really believe Derek Cooper is going to be one of the best running backs in college football when it's all said and done. So,
I would go, if we see Jet Walker, it's most likely, and you're beating one of your non-cons by 30.
Yeah, beating Texas State 59-0 or something.
Yeah, and you put in, because we've seen walk-ons get in some of these games. So that's not a shot at Jet Walker either, because I'd love to see what he can do, because he is a big body guy, which they could definitely use. But it's just, again, even if you're a big body high school guy, you're not necessarily a big body college guy your freshman season. You just have to have that strength and conditioning and get a year into it, get used to your diet changing, living on your own and having your diet change. Like, all that stuff's just a lot. So I think that it's a lot to ask for. So, but he definitely adds you more depth because he's another talented player. So we're talking about not the starters again, you feel good about. You'd love to have somebody that you really felt good about punching for 2 yards at the goal line. You'd love to have that guy. I don't know if they do. I'm sure they're going to try and find out if they can find that guy that can get you 2 yards at the goal line. But yeah, they clearly went in with the game plan at running back to be more explosive this season. That, when Jane Ball fell through, the plan B was, well, we were going to have Jane Ball and add explosion. Now let's add 2 explosive players and try and make sure that we're able to get big plays in that running game. And I think they realized this is the trend of it is, if we were not going to guarantee getting 4 or 5 yards every play, then I'd rather be able to get 8 on some and then 2 and 0 on the other than get 1 or 2 every time. And it still doesn't really affect my third down because they're still coming at me and blitzing like crazy. So I'd rather be able to know a little bit better. I know that's not a great plan. You again want to be able to get the 4 or 5 every time. But that felt like a little bit more of, let's be way more explosive. And we feel we've got 2 guys who can be way more explosive.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Hollywood Smothers doesn't get as much credit as he deserves for being able to run in between the tackles. I think that bringing in 2 guys that average 6 yards per carry or close to it, in the kind of scheme that they're going to be using running the football next year, I think that you're probably going to see similar results, especially if they hit a home run on the offensive line here in the next couple days.
Looking over at the tight end room, this is one where it does feel like, last season we went in the tight end room, Matt, and it was like, this is the deepest the tight end room has been at Texas in years and years. because you did bring in Jack Endries, but you had a lot of young talent. And, you bring in Emery Winston, you have Nick Townsend on there. You were going to see what Shannon Sharp could do. You had Jordan Washington. So you felt really good about the depth. You do lose Jordan Washington. You lose Jack Endries to the draft. You do add Masunis as well, the Michigan State guy, who's going to be really good and play a lot for you in that 2 tight end sets. I think he's going to play a ton for you in there. You also bring in, I believe, a freshman in Charlie Gillick. Is that how we say his name? 3-star.
Yep.
Is another guy you bring in as a rookie to add some more depth. But this one feels like really you're looking at Nick Townsend, and then if it's not Nick Townsend, Emery Winston, to see if one of those guys can step in and be your main guy next season at tight end.
Yeah, I think the plan very heavily going forward is for Nick Townsend to be that guy. I think they like Emery Winston a lot, but I think Nick Townsend is. I'm personally just a little bit smitten with Nick Townsend as a tight end. I think that he's going to be unbelievable, like one of the best in America when it's all said and done. So, and I think that Masunis is also an underrated receiver. I know he didn't put up a ton of numbers at Michigan State, and his reputation is more of a just nasty mauler in the 12 personnel. So it's going to be a very versatile room, and I'm pretty excited about it if I'm a Longhorns fan for sure.
Well, and I think Masunis is a receiver. If last season we saw Jordan Washington get a lot of those routes, I think that's more the Masunis routes, is kind of underneath, maybe pop out after a block and go get it, and then you're looking for a Townsend or whoever you got in that other spot to be more of what we had with JT Sanders or Gunnar Helm, and they can get downfield. And I don't know if Masunis is the downfield guy where he's just going to take off and try and, go through and sit in the middle and get you a big play. So that's kind of where you want the two sides. But I think Masunis is definitely going to get his targets, because when the pressure comes and you're just going to run some plays and, like he's a guy you can go to on first down pretty consistently, throughout the season and drop a ball off to him and it's 7 yards. Because you feel pretty good that he's sure-handed. You feel good that he's going to block. But, so I think you maybe don't have the high end you've had in the last couple of years where it was JT Sanders, a really good player. Gunnar Helm turns out to be a great player. And then, we thought last year Jack Endries would do more, was a really good player. It just didn't work because of the offensive line and the struggles early. It just didn't quite work out. So I think this year you are looking at, instead of investing a ton and trying to bring in somebody else, maybe the people, it was harder to sell them a little bit this year on it. But you do have some really good young talent in Winston and Townsend for sure that I think one of those guys could start to develop in there. And it's going to be a battle between the two of them to work their butt off this offseason, and who walks in the best shape, who walks in ready to go and with the hands and with the plays and everything ready to go day one in fall. That dude's going to be your day one starter most likely, because they're going to go in there and compete. But I think you're okay in that room. Again, it's not your wide receiver room, which you get to in a second, but that tight end room, I think you're still pretty good.
Yeah, I think you're in great shape there. And all things considered, I'm sure they would have loved to get Jack Endries back, obviously. Yeah. But they definitely feel really good about where that room is and where it's going. I think that this Townsend-Masunis combination is going to be really, really cool to watch.
And I'll be honest with you. The one that I thought for sure was going to leave was Spencer Shannon. And I guess, look, maybe Spencer Shannon is somebody who just goes, man, I always want to play at Texas and I'm getting a great education. I'm meeting everybody and I'm going to go prove myself another year. Yeah, but hey, man, great on him for staying here at Texas because Spencer Shannon is a good player. He just maybe wasn't fully what they needed, and especially on an offensive line that he wasn't necessarily the blocking help you really wanted him to be in that moment when you're like, hey, the O-line's pretty bad. And he's like, I'm not necessarily raising the bar of that, but it's really good to see him come back for another year as well, put some more weight on, try and get in there a little bit more. But that when you talk about depth again and not starting, Spencer Shannon is a really good depth piece to have with some experience now. Wide receiver room is where we start to go, and now you made your pickups there. You bring back Ryan Wingo, you bring back Khalid Locke, you bring back Emmett Mosley, you bring back Dalen McCutcheon, you bring back Ryan Niblett, who knows what we'll see him in this year, see if he gets involved in some other ways. But we know he's super explosive, whether they put him in the backfield or whether they put him in the wide receiver room. You have Rhett Anderson still on this team, I believe, as well, in the wide receiver room. And then you go out and add the really big pieces over and over. You keep adding the pieces as you add in Jermaine Bishop in recruiting, which is a huge one. You add in Chris Stewart as well, Cohen Brown as well, some guys in the wide receiver room. And then, of course, Cam Coleman, putting in another guy that, sometimes when you talk about depth as well, you say, how many of these guys are going to play how many snaps? So when you added him at Mosley last year, you didn't know how many snaps he was going to play, right? You thought this guy's going to be a good addition, but he may play 40% of the snaps. Cam Coleman is going to be playing the 80% of the snaps kind of guy. Like, he is going to be playing as much as he possibly can. So I think when you talk about the depth after Cam Coleman and Ryan Wingo, who are going to play as much as they possibly can, and you feel really good about it, Khalid Lockett, you feel really good about Dalen McCutcheon coming back. You feel good that maybe if you can get Ryan Niblett to figure out that role for him, he is an explosive player as well. There's just a lot of things to be very positive about. And Emmett Mosley's second year with Arch Manning seems really, really good.
Yeah. I'm really excited to see what Cam Coleman does for this offense.
Mm-hmm.
He and Ryan Wingo are going to be Batman and Robin, assuming Wingo can fix his drop issue, which he had 7 drops last year. A lot of those were, I think, not the fact that he has bad hands necessarily, because we've seen him make some really tough catches. I think it was that he consistently had an issue with trying to make a play with the ball before the ball actually got secured in his hands, which caused a drop, which is a common thing that a lot of young receivers have to work their way through. So that's something I'm really excited about. A lot of people may have been making comments about Cam Coleman's drops this season. He had 4, which is a lot. 2 of them came in the same game. And it seemed like the amount of one-handed catches that this guy makes.
Yeah.
I'll live with a couple drops if you can go out there and, dunk on defensive backs with a one-handed catch. So I'm all good there. Jake, I don't think Wingo will be working in the slot almost at all. I think that's going to be Emmett Mosley and Dalen McCutcheon's spot, and Jermaine Bishop when he starts playing, which I think he'll play a lot this year. Those are the 3 guys that I would expect to see in there the most. This is a really, really talented and a really deep room, and I think that they feel really, really good about it.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It does seem like that it's genuinely you've upped the level of play. And yes, there's drops. When you have really good receivers and they get targeted a ton, there's going to be some drops. It's college football too. Jeremiah Smith had 3 drops in the first game of the season against us?
Yeah.
I mean, like, it happens, and I hate it, but at the end of the season, it's like drops. How many of them are crucial drops? Probably 2 or 3. I hate it as much as anybody else, but I'm also much more a realist. In college football, players have drops. The players who don't have drops don't play big-time football. They don't play in those big games. So you get some of those guys, and they're not as explosive. You get Jeremy Bernard played great for Alabama this year, but he still had some drops in big moments. And Ryan Williams had tons of drops. His problem was he had so many drops he wasn't effective. They found a way to get Wingo be effective by the end of the year. He wasn't effective early in the season, and the drops mean a lot more when you're not being effective. So effectiveness for me is always, if you have 3 drops in a game and go for 180 yards, I'm fine with the 3 drops. If you have 3 drops in a game and you go for 7 yards, those 3 drops are really, really big. So the context of the drops for me is always kind of a bigger issue than just going, he had 4 drops or 7 drops. It's not as big. I get it. I don't want any, but they happen. It's college football. This is not the best ever to ever do it. I mean, Jerry Rice dropped the ball sometimes. It happens.
Yeah, Parker Livingston had drops. DeAndre Moore had drops. Like, everybody drops passes in college.
Everybody drops and passes. It happens. But that then brings us to the offensive line. And this is the biggest piece. And now we did add another depth piece today. So you added your other depth piece today in Jonte Newman. You have coming back in your offensive line Trevor Gooseby, which is very big. Brandon Baker, which I've not seen. Have we seen a Brandon Baker actual announcement yet?
He's back.
I mean, we know we've heard he's back. I think the whole thing is if they were to go out and sign like 4 more guys, then he probably wouldn't be. But I don't think they're going to go out and sign 4 more guys that are going to take his job. So I think he's going to be a starter for you next season. He knows that, or at least competing heavily for it. You return Andre Kojo, but we don't know what that timeline is really going to be for his injury. I don't think he'd be able to go week 1 and probably not compete in the way that you need him to be to feel really good about it. But he will be a depth piece later in the season for you. Connor Robertson, I don't know if I mentioned it, but a huge piece to return at the center position. Experience there now, a lot more experience and, a lot more feel with Arch Manning. You also bring back Jordan Coleman and Devin Coleman. The Coleman brothers are both coming back as pieces. Rick McBroom, Christian Christian, are all coming back. Jaden Chapman is still there as well as another developmental piece, along with some of the guys that you've brought in for your offensive line this year. So the true freshmen that you have, which you don't really ever want to put true freshmen out there on the offensive line unless they are, Kelvin Banks. You typically not have them. You bring in Nicholas Robertson, a 4-star out of Klein. You're able to bring in John Turntine. That is your big addition there at the offensive tackle position. Caden Scherer as well are all guys you bring in. So you feel okay bringing in, I think, 4 or 5 guys that you've already got coming in. You've got a few guys there. You're still 2 guys short on the starting offensive line right now. Minimum, 2 guys short. And that's really the biggest piece here is I think you're starting to fill out that depth. They have the meeting tomorrow with the Jackson State kid, Mason Barton. That is tomorrow. He'll be on campus. So that would be another depth piece you're adding there. I know we talk about the Maryland kid. We talk about the Colorado kid. There's some names that are still out there. There's maybe some more names that still go in, but you feel, Matt, depth-wise, you're getting closer. You probably want to add a few more pieces depth-wise just to, get some guys you feel more comfortable with. They have to come in and play a few snaps, because I don't know how many guys right now you even feel real comfortable with if they had to play 2 games on the bench, because I don't think you have 5 starters right now on the offensive line.
I think you could. I don't think you'd feel great about it if you had to go out there right now with what you have. I mean, if you went out there right now with no additional, pieces, then you'd have Gooseby and Baker back at your tackles. You'd probably have Sikorsky at left guard. You'd have Robertson at center, and then at right guard, you'd probably have Jaden Chapman or something like that, which would not be ideal. But I think that they're probably going to add a few names, even if they go out and they get 2 more starting caliber guards and a starting caliber center. I still think Brandon Baker is your starter at right guard.
Yeah.
That's obviously also in the case that they land Jordan Seaton. If they don't land Jordan Seaton, then I think that you will see another tackle come in as well that could be starting caliber. But they love Baker and they want to put him on the interior of the offensive line. That's kind of the sense that I'm getting. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't be going after a star level tackle if they felt really good about their 2 tackles. I mean, they might, but I think that Kyle Flood probably likes what he can do in pass protection on the interior. It's probably a bit of a risk, because what if it doesn't work out the way that Cole Hudson at center didn't work out? We don't know, but there's still plenty of names out there for depth. There's a couple of names out there that I'm looking at for starters that could be really good. I like the young talent that they have there. I love Turntine. I think the Coleman twins are going to be good at one's a tackle, one's on the interior. I don't think either of them are necessarily going to be ready to play next year, but we'll see where that goes. Jackson Christian is a guy that I'm very interested in that could play guard or center. So that's one to keep an eye on. There's a lot of names in there but Sikorsky and Newman are both preferably young developmental pieces. And Pete Tracer 921, we'll see what happens. I'm not saying they're getting them either, but I'm not saying they're not getting them. I think they've got a really good shot.
Yeah.
There's like, I have 5 guys pulled up. I think I've got 5 guys pulled up right now that I was just looking at before the show that I think would be good additions for this football team. I think that they're probably going to go get 3 or 4 more. They've got 81 people 81 scholarship players on the roster right now. I think that they're probably going to get close to 90, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe 95 by the time it's all said and done. But we'll see.
So who do you look at, Matt, if you're out there? How many more upgrades at offensive line? Like upgrade, and when I say upgrade, I mean upgrade from last year, not right now, because clearly it's easier to be an upgrade now than it was last year. Because you say you have to upgrade over Cole Hudson, you have to upgrade over DJ Campbell, and maybe just even DJ Campbell, but DJ Campbell is best. Who are the guys you're looking at right now at that position? And I agree, Kane, center depth is, again, you're probably looking to get somebody else you feel comfortable playing center there. I agree. That's what he's saying is probably 3 or 4 guys you're looking at. Matt, who are you looking at right now that's currently in the portal and they can go after?
Well, I think you're probably looking for a starting tackle with Jordan Seaton, maybe another guy that pops into the portal if that thing falls through. I don't know who that might be, but I mean, it could be a thing. In that case, you would slide Brandon Baker over into guard, like I said, and you'd feel pretty good about him, Seaton, and Trevor Gooseby at those 3 spots. The names that are out there right now for the interior of the offensive line that are interesting to me are, and apologies in advance, this is a tough one to pronounce, Aliu Ball from Maryland. He's 6'6", 327 pounds. He had a 72.3 pass blocking grade for Maryland last year. He's a big dude. He's physical. He can get it done on the interior. He would be a starter immediately at left guard, in my opinion. That's somebody that I would look at. Another one is from Louisville, Jordan Church. He just entered the portal today, I believe. He's about 310 pounds, 67.6 run blocking grade. Had some really nice performances in some big games this year against Miami, and we all know how good that defensive line is. So that's something to look at as well. There's the kid from Ole Miss that entered yesterday or the day before, but the other young guy that I really like is Javon McFadden from Ohio State. Really highly recruited kid coming out. Ended up at Ohio State. When he entered the portal, Jordan Seaton quote tweeted him and say, "Want to play together?"
Yep.
So I don't know if that's going to play any sort of factor in it whatsoever. I'm just saying, maybe the 2 of them will end up playing together. And then there's a couple of lesser known names as well. You mentioned Mason Barton, the tackle who's coming in on a visit tomorrow. I think he's probably going to be another one of those, depth pieces at tackle. And then there's a very interesting name out of UAB as well that I was made aware of. He started his career at Duke. His name's Caleb Perez, 6'5", 315 pounds. He's interesting. I think that he fits kind of what Texas is looking for at the guard position. I don't know if he's a starter piece, but he's more of a depth piece. So a couple starter names in there, couple of depth piece names in there. Obviously Jordan Seaton. I don't know if any of these guys can play center or not, but you'd feel pretty good if you could go out there and find another centerpiece as well. I was kind of hoping that there was a name that was going to pop into the portal at center, and he has not yet. And I think he's probably. I'm starting to think that he won't anymore, so I won't bring his name up. But we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, and again, you still could be waiting on that last day of after the national championship game on Monday. If there's anybody out there who may pop in, you may be in the conversation for those guys as well.
Watch the interior of the offensive lines for both of those teams.
Yeah, they're really good. That's why they're there. Mm-hmm. So if either one of them come out, and they get a 5-day window, and that means now Miami's already, I'm sure, in Miami and Indiana are both already negotiating with these guys, but they're not going to say whether or not some of them where they go, well, we're just going to wait. Just going to wait. And we'll figure out what's going to happen. So they're interesting to watch. I want to go through the defense as well, but let's take our first break here, Matt. We'll go through the defensive side of the ball, look at the depth pieces, what Texas got, what they might still need to add here in the portal, as the portal closing will be in just a couple of days, but you can still add pieces from the portal. Once they're in, and they do not have to be out by Friday, just have to be in by Friday. So we will talk more about the defense on the other side of this break. Also, Texas playing the undefeated Vanderbilt Commodores tonight at the Moody Center. Lots of tickets available on secondary apps if you want to go out there and try and make it a more filling. And I'm trying to figure out why the line dropped. I've not seen why the line dropped in this one. I don't get why the line dropped in this game. But we'll talk about the game and Texas' chances in that one, as well as we get into hour 2, maybe some NFL talk as well as we have time. Whatever you guys want to talk about, whatever you guys on the chat want to talk about, we always bring it in. As long as you're, nice and polite with us and not just trolls, we'll talk with you. We'll get to all that and more in about 2.5 minutes here on the other side of this break here in Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call at 512-255-8678 for all of your home entertainment needs. This is my favorite time of the year. I love the holidays, the music, the decorations, the presents, the whole darn thing. So this year I'm asking all you listeners to help make this a special holiday for everyone. Smiles are contagious and free, so let's give them away like the government gives away your money. Let's high-five strangers on the street. Hold the door for people behind us. Tip your servers more than they've ever been tipped before. Give to a charity, or hell, give to a bunch of charities. If someone does a good job, tell them they did a good job. Pat someone on the butt. Sing in public places just because it feels good. And as always, hug your kids until they beg you to stop. Watch some games with your friends and make love to your wife or your husband. I know there's some women listening too. You can still give us a call at 512-255-8678 if you'd like to get some cool electronics. But more importantly, have a great holiday season and a fucking awesome next year.
All right, welcome back into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI, and of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. Text line is open, 512-222-9328. Over there in the chat, Facebook, Twitch, X, and of course, on YouTube, where you can give us a like and a subscribe. Lots of good stuff happening here. In hour 2, we've been talking about the depth pieces as we go on here and look at kind of what Texas still needs from the portal and what they still need to get to fill out this roster. As Matt did say, they're at 81, I guess 82 now. We were at 81 before we got, so we're at 82 now. Scholarship. So you're at about 85, which is what you were at last year. So you can still add more. That's why you have an extra maybe some other positions that wouldn't have been scholarships before, but you can add more now because we're up to 105 is what you can go to. But we're not down. Where there was a worry earlier in this portal, we could be trying to get back up to 85. It does not seem like that's going to be the problem anymore, as they'll clearly go over 85 because once again, you're going to be able to add pieces after the portal closes. So they may not be at 85 on Friday, but by spring ball, they will be over 85. I'm pretty sure to say. So we'll talk some more about the depth. We will get into Texas versus Vanderbilt tonight. I see on the text line there, Chan, asking about the game. We will get to that in just a little bit. Texas versus Vanderbilt. And yes, Rodney, Vandy did get good at a lot of sports because they finally decided to get some investors to put some money in. And they've also got a really, really good kid on this team from Nashville. And that helps to have a really, really good guard on your team that wanted to play for your school. So that does help very well. But we will go into that as well. Maybe some NFL talk. We have time at the end of the show. If not, we'll push it till tomorrow as we get closer to a divisional round of the NFL playoffs with my Houston Texans. I'm just thrilled. My Houston Texans are in this. Yes, Tyler Tanner is a very good basketball player. So we will get in all of that as we continue to get on and roll into talking, Matt, now about the defense on the defensive depth pieces for this Texas team. As we know, Texas made the biggest change for their defense next season by firing PK and adding Will Muschamp, getting rid of Dwayne Aquina, bringing back Blake Gideon. Making some major changes to the coaching staff is definitely your biggest piece that you're probably looking at on the defensive side of the football. But this was a defense that in some games really didn't get going enough that you thought maybe carry the offense a little bit in times. And there were some games they did, and definitely some games they didn't. And you want to shore that up with Will Muschamp and this defense, but you got to make sure the pieces are there because you lose a lot to the draft this year. You lose a lot of an Anthony Hill and a Michael Taft and, some of the big defensive linemen and Travis Shaw and Cole Brevard. You, of course, lose Manny Muhammad and Jalen Gilbo out there. So a lot of pieces that you're missing now because of the NFL draft. Ethan Burke. Sorry, I don't want to leave out Ethan Burke. I was trying to think of the name. It was like someone else I'm not thinking about in my head. So you lose a lot to the draft this year, kind of what happened to your offense a year ago. You kind of had happen to your defense this year, so you have to reload on that. You do have some young guys coming back. So we'll start out on the defensive line, and we'll start out with that edge room because the edge room starts off with one really, really big name, Matt, and that's Colin Simmons coming back. And you feel good about your room with just that name. Just that one name, you start to feel better about your edge room with Colin Simmons. You also have Colton Vasek still on this roster. Colton Vasek, a guy that really a lot of people were high on out of high school, was going to go to Oklahoma until Texas destroyed Oklahoma in the Red River rivalry, and he decided to come on and stay in Austin and go, and then injuries have kind of set him back. And he hasn't quite become what he wanted to become because we know the potential's there, and you just hope that the injuries haven't set him back too far, but he just multiple off seasons he's kind of missed in springs and fall, like time that he really needed to get better. He hasn't had. He had a lot more of that this year, though. This is one of his healthier years. So you hope that now that experience is going to get him in and he's going to be able to play a little bit better. You're also going to be adding it. You also keep Lance Jackson. Zina Umeozulu also decides to come back, enters the portal, but comes back on that edge room. And then depending on where we put him, Justice Terry is another name in that room, along with Smith Arogbo. Is that how we say his name? Smith Arogbo is another name that's there. But Justice Terry is kind of in that defensive tackle edge switch back and forth room. We'll see what Muschamp says he wants him to be because now there's a new boss in charge of the defense. So where Justice Terry ends up, we keep assuming he's going to end up on the outside, though, because of how much of an impact player he seems like he's going to be able to be. You also bring in Richard Wesley. that is a huge name as a true freshman in that room that you're going to see how quickly you can get him ready. He is 6'5", 250, which is already a big kid. So we'll see what he can do. Jamarian Carlton, also another big edge name that you have added so far this season. So you still feel pretty good about that edge room. I know they're talking to some other edges. They've had some edges come in and visit. So it does feel like they're open to adding another edge there, Matt. But you feel good about the front end. You feel good about the youth in this room. You feel good about Colin Simmons and what he's going to be able to do. You know, if you feel like maybe you want to be a little bit more sure on the other side of the line, that's, I think, what you go get a transfer and get maybe someone a little bit more experienced on the other side of the line to give you a little bit more on that side. But I think you feel pretty good about this edge room right now. And you may be adding one more piece just to add one more piece in.
Yeah, I think they're having the Tennessee kid, Caleb Herring. Randy, right on the money. He's coming in for a visit. He's an edge rusher, so that may be one more body that you're adding to the room. Obviously, you feel amazing about Colin Simmons, best edge rusher in America. He's tailor-made for the buck position that Will Muschamp likes to put out there. Brad Spence will be back playing there and at linebacker more than likely. You also have Smith Rogbo, like you said. Colton Vosick is in there. He hasn't headed to the transfer portal yet. I don't know if he's still considering it or not, but it seems like he's probably would have made that decision by now if he were going to do it. And then the big change here, I think, is just, you know, the way that the edge position is being played on both sides. Like you have the buck position, which is the edge rusher, and then a more natural big defensive end on the other side. And I think that Justice Terry is tailor-made for that position, so I would imagine that he will be at that spot. Lance Jackson is also going to be over there probably as your starter, so that will be a really good dynamic 1-2 punch there. Zina Umeazulu being back, he will probably be on that side. He could also play buck if you need him to, I guess. And then I think Richard Wesley will also be on that side. So you're going to be 8 or 9 deep, especially if they're able to land Caleb Herring. You're going to be 8 or 9 deep, 5 on one side, 4 on the other side, and you're going to be good to go.
Yeah, I mean, and we know you have to have a pass rush in today's game. You got to be able to rush the passer. The rules are set up to DBs have a harder time than ever. So if you're not able to get to the quarterback and stop them, they're going to be able to throw on you all day. So you have Colin Simmons, but that other side, to not allow them to cheat on Colin Simmons as much is really, really big. And so you like that you have some young guys that you don't know. Could Richard Wesley be a guy make an impact this year? Possibly. Justice Terry feels like he definitely could be a guy to make an impact this year. But if you add somebody on the other side, and if Colton Vosick is a guy that is finally able to step up and start to play, is he a guy that can step up and be like his Westlake buddy and Ethan Burke and, maybe be able to go over there and play some. So I think there's a lot of places where you'll be able to go over. And if you can get, the package where you can really just go after these guys on third downs and really go after the passer, and you can rush with 4 guys, that gives you a dynamic edge that not a lot of teams have, of just everyone being able to go. So I think that edge room, you're looking really good. I'm fine to add another piece in there just to give a different look. And if Muschamp sees something he wants to add, go get it. But then we go in that defensive tackle room, and this room with the news that Hero Canoe is coming back, which we all thought was happening. We all had heard was happening, but we do get the word now from Hero Canoe himself that he will be coming back. So you added him into a room with Alex January, with Murad Watson coming back, with Josiah Shawarma, with Myron Charles, all coming back on this team, starting to add a little bit more depth as well. As you look at the defensive tackles that you brought in, you were able to bring in James Johnson as well in the recruiting class, who is your number 10 defensive tackle in recruiting. You bring him in, 6'3", 275, big dude from Miami. And then you also bring in some transfers now as well in Ian Gefford and Zion Williams, 2 guys that look like they're definitely going to fit right into what Will Muschamp does. And that depth of that room with the additions of Gefford and Williams and Hero Canoe coming back, Murad Watson staying, Alex January staying, you lose a couple of guys out of that room, but you feel like you've replaced them and are doing pretty well with this defensive tackle position.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be a little bit different than what you've seen in the past under PK with Will Muschamp. You're going to have a big space-eating nose tackle in the middle, and you're going to have a more three technique, disruptor type on the other side. In terms of nose tackle, I think Gaffard or Geffer, I don't know how you pronounce it. I think he'll be your plug and play starter at the nose tackle spot. I think Josiah Sharma will be there too. I think Zion Williams will be your third guy. So the three of them, I think, will be really good for that spot. And I think that in a pinch, one of the other guys could play it too, maybe Myron Charles or someone like that. And then on the other side at the three technique defensive tackle spot, you'll have a plethora of guys, Canoe and January and Myron Charles. I think Jamarian Carlton also fits into that spot. That's why I didn't mention him with the edges. I think he's probably going to end up being on the inside when it's all said and done at that defensive tackle spot. Murad Watson, Myron Charles, James Johnson, all those guys. It's going to be a really deep room again. Not as overly experienced necessarily as it has been in years past. Where Texas has had, a 6 tackle rotation there in the middle with really experienced guys, but you're going to have some really good talent and some experience there to kind of mix in together. And it's going to be a really solid spot for them. It might be their best position on defense, honestly.
Yeah. And honestly, the thing that's different, and now you add a different coach in, so it changed a little bit because a different coordinator, but when you're talking about returning guys, Texas didn't for a while return anybody. Everyone was going to the NFL. So now when you say Hero Canoe's back and Alex January's back and Murad Watson's back, you start to say, all right, well, now there's guys that know what they're doing, know what they're going to be able to do, feel comfortable in there, feel comfortable helping lead. Alex January's been on this team now for a while, and Hero Canoe with a great impact already. So I think that helps you a little bit more with this team, that if all those guys keep progressing, what do we talk about the most? That you can get everybody in the portal. You can do everything you want. Player progression is still the biggest factor in winning national championships. It still is. It's why Indiana is playing so well. The player development and player progression of what those guys have done is really, really big. When we look over then at the linebacker room, this was a big one to see what happens. You lose Anthony Hill to the draft, which changes what you do. And then right after that, we see Leon Lafau heading off now at Colorado. So you felt, all right, you weren't thrilled about, you knew you got to help the linebacker room after Anthony Hill was going to be gone. But Lafau leaves too, have to reset everything in that linebacker room. But you keep Ty Anthony Smith, who hopefully evolves. This year, he was much more of a see ball, get ball guy. And he attacked, and he's really good at that. But you want him to develop into a little bit more of an all-around linebacker that can do multiple different things without losing that edge of being somebody that can go after the ball and go try and make a big play. You mentioned Brad Spence. Brad Spence is going to be, depending on where they need him, he'll be one of those guys. I think they, kind of how they used Trey Moore last year. And that sense of he's going to play a lot on the line, but if they need him to drop back in coverage, he's kind of going to be their lineman who can drop back in coverage a lot and then can play the linebacker position if you need him for the depth pieces. Outside of that, you're returning Jonathan Cunningham. And, you're returning, Eric Garza. Not a lot of guys you're really returning. Brady Sarkisian. Sorry, don't want to leave him off the list of guys you're returning on this roster. But then you go out and you have picked up 2 really good players. Rasheem Biles and Justin Cryer are 2 guys that you have now gone out and picked up in the free agent, in the portal, I should say, not free agency, the portal. You also got a couple of guys in the recruiting as well. I don't know how much either one of these guys really are going to play. In Okpala and Cummings, I don't know how much either one of them are really slated into play. This is definitely a position you're going to probably want to add more depth before the end of the portal, because you have some, now you feel better about who you're putting out there to start. And I think you feel good about that, but you'd like to have a little bit more control if somebody does. Because linebacker is a targeting position, and you could lose somebody for a game for targeting, and you better have somebody ready right behind them. So I think you could see them try and add 1 or 2 more linebackers still Trey Atkinson, again, I didn't mention Trey Atkinson. Sorry, Randy, you're 100% right. Is another guy that you're really, really hoping steps up into that role because Bo Barnes not being there. I would have loved to see him stay. I get why he left, but Trey Atkinson, 100% is another name of a young guy that you're thinking maybe could be in that role. But I don't know if you want to bet at all on Trey Atkinson being ready to come in a big moment if there is a targeting call or if there is an injury or anything else.
Well, Tyler Atkinson, yeah.
Sorry.
I actually kind of disagree in a sense. I think that he will be a major player from day one, like Anthony Hill level of snaps kind of a guy as a true freshman. He'll play Mike linebacker with Justin Cryer. I think you probably, if you're going to bring in another linebacker in the portal, it'll be a Mike linebacker. Mm-hmm. Maybe even a big one that could potentially start for you. I think right now they feel pretty good about Cryer starting, but I think that they would definitely bring in somebody else if they could find a better one. Regardless, they will add a piece there at middle linebacker for sure, or Mike linebacker. At weak side linebacker or will linebacker, you feel really good right now because you already have Ty Anthony Smith coming back. He is more than likely going to split time with Rasheem Biles. Both of those guys are going to be unbelievable in this Will Muschamp defense next year. I'm really excited to see the two of them work together. I think Okpala would probably slide in at that spot. He may even end up playing edge rusher. He's a very versatile guy, kind of like Brad Spence, so he could play either side or either position. Brad Spence is also, like Randy says, a Swiss Army knife. He'll play both edge rusher and he'll play linebacker wherever they need him to go. He will play and he will do it well. I think you can also probably play Jordan Johnson-Rebel in like a nickel or a dime package at linebacker. He really lays the wood, man. He's a good player. He played a little bit in that bowl game against Michigan, and I thought he did real well. I think they're moving Jonathan Cunningham to the secondary.
Okay,
is what I've and that could change in spring football when Muschamp gets his hands on the defense. But I think that's where it was trending at the end of the year last year, so that could absolutely change. But it's, even if they don't bring in another linebacker, I still feel really good about what they have there right now partially because Atkinson, I think, is going to come in ready to play. I mean, I've seen people calling him the most ready to play freshman defensive player in the country coming in next year. So we'll see where that goes.
And that's the reason why I say it with Atkinson, though, is I think there's a line of what they've been doing this offseason. And they may just feel really, really good about him and say that's fine. But I think that what we've heard from or what we've seen from Texas so far has been we can't hope that something is better than it was. We did that last year and it hurt us. So we're hoping and we believe that Tyler Atkinson is going to be ready to go. And believe me, I'm all on board. If Tyler Atkinson can come in and be a big piece freshman year, that's a huge thing. But it's a lot to ask of true freshmen. Maybe he is that guy. So when we talk about it, I think that they would be not saying they're going out to go get the top linebacker, but just somebody else in that room where you feel a little bit more comfortable that if Tyler Atkinson needs a few more weeks to get ready and, he's not, you feel like you're being able to put him in, but maybe you're not able to play him, 60% of the snaps. You got to play him 40% or 30% to start, and then it builds up to 50 to 60. You have another guy you can use in that just because I feel like they've been in a lot of positions. It's like we can't risk this not being ready because anything not being ready is a reason why we're just going to get attacked with it all season long. So I can believe that. I've heard a lot of things about Atkinson being able to play next year. Everyone who's talking about him believes that. There's also the flip of that for me in my brain that I get told that about every single freshman every single year, that you get like 7 guys, like all these guys are going to play. And then we get like Justice Terry last year. I think Justice Terry is going to be really, really good. He just wasn't quite ready to figure out everything on that defense and be able to get there this season. So if you're able to not have to throw them out there to the Wolves right away, sometimes it's better. But Justice Terry is my example of everybody said Justice Terry was going to have a huge impact this season. And he didn't really. We know he's going to this season because now he's got a whole year under his belt, and he was playing much, much better by the end of the season. Like we saw him improve throughout the season. So that's the only reason I bring up someone other than Atkinson, and maybe not necessarily planning on him to be a starter. And then you hope he surprises you. And by the time you get to fall ball, he is ready. And you're like, all right, that's a man right there. I don't care if he's 18 years old. That's a man. He's playing for us. He's starting for us. So we could see that as well. Going into the secondary then. This is a room with a lot of ups and downs so far this offseason. Kobe Black goes in the portal, and then he comes back out, and then Warren Roberson says, well, if Kobe Black's coming back, I'm gone. So now you got Kobe Black there as a starter. You also have Cade Phillips, who came on a lot last season as a true freshman. You feel really good about going forward. Wardell Mack is still on this roster as well. So you're someone else you feel you can come in there and play with. And then over at the nickelback position, Grayson Littleton had a great season last year. He was getting attacked a lot there at the end of the season. I think he'll get better and better depending on if they move him outside or at the nickel. We've heard a lot of talk about maybe moving Grayson Littleton to the outside because they believe in him so much that you have two young guys in Phillips and Littleton on the outside, and you move somebody else to that star. So you have a few of those guys coming back as well. You've also gone out in the portal and added some players as well. Bo Masco is added as well in the transfer portal for you as a DB. He is somebody that you're pretty excited about. You're going to figure out if he is going to be able to be a star for you, a top level player for you as well. And then a couple of other guys that you're bringing in for depth pieces as true freshmen. Samari Matthews was the number 13 cornerback in recruiting, and Hayward Howard is the 28. So you had a couple more guys there that you want to go for. But this is another room that you feel you could add another piece into very easily, especially after losing Robinson. That you feel like you could add another piece in there, and it would not hurt you. Whether you can find somebody that's a top level piece or somebody that is a more developmental. I just saw another DB from Georgia, I believe, has just said he's entering the portal, and those names are interesting because Will Muschamp. So that's another name that I saw pop in there. I don't know how much he played. I literally just saw his name pop in the portal, though, when I was looking a second ago. So interesting. Another interesting place to look at for Dominic Kelly is the name, is headed to the transfer portal as well. So, but this one feels like you're probably going to add at least one more piece to this secondary just to, again, give you a little bit more depth and a few more options.
Yeah, I'm going to look up Dominic Kelly real quick on PFF. Well, that might take me a minute, so I'll talk first. Yeah, I think that this is the most interesting room right now in terms of starters. I think you have a championship level secondary right now. I worry about injuries with Warren Roberson now gone at corner. I think that they may need to address that in some way, shape, or form, and maybe that is moving Grayson Littleton to the outside. So here's what I would project as your depth chart kind of for the secondary. I think you have Littleton and Cade Phillips as your two starting outside corners, and they're backed up by Bo Masco and Kobe Black. I think that's probably the direction that you're going to head. Samari Matthews will be another guy that plays a lot, I think, as a freshman, as a depth piece. Outside of that, that's where I get a little bit concerned. Hayward Howard is like a really big corner. I think he's like 6'3" or something like that. I don't know if he's ready to play yet or not, but they may need him to if they don't bring somebody else in. You could also play Wardell Mack there in a pinch as well. So they have bodies. I just would feel much more comfortable if they would go out and add another veteran guy in there. Maybe it is the guy from Georgia. I don't know. I have to look him up and see what he's done. But if Muschamp liked him enough to help bring him to Georgia, then I think he's probably pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of always the thought is these are guys that clearly he's at least had a piece in recruiting at a certain point. So you know, I think you have to look at it in the sense of, they're interesting names because even if they're depth pieces that he liked. So I think that you could add him in there.
Dominic Kelly played in 5 games last season.
Okay.
61 snaps. 40 of them were coverage snaps, and he did okay. He played 1 play against Texas, 16 plays against Charlotte, 21 against Kentucky, 5 against Mississippi State, and 18 against Marshall. He's a young guy, but
yeah, he's a freshman.
Somebody that could provide depth if they got him.
Yeah, no, he's a freshman this year, so I don't. Yeah, he would be a depth piece. I don't think he's a top guy, but he's an interesting one when we're talking about depth. That this is another young guy you could bring in that Will Muschamp might enjoy bringing in. So just a name to keep out there for a depth piece. But I'm with you. I'd like to add someone more veteran, just one more veteran in that, because you are talking about also Cade Phillips and Grayson Littleton are both going to be true sophomores next season. Kobe Black will be a true junior, but he hasn't played a ton. So like a lot of youth, a lot of young guys that maybe you add in somebody with a little bit more experience makes you feel a little bit better in some of those moments. And if one of those guys gets frazzled in a game, you have somebody that you can put in and just let them calm down for a minute. Finally, we look at the safety position. You love having Jelani McDonald come back because with Michael Taft heading out to the draft, I'm sure Michael Taft would be fine coming back for one more year if he could. But unfortunately for Michael Taft, he does not have he didn't have, tonsil problems for a year, like 3 years ago that no one know about. So he can't come back for another year for Michael Taft. But Jelani McDonald coming back really gives you hope that he can be the leader in the secondary, help this team get set. Another thing, again, coaching is going to be way different this year. So some of those problems that were there last year are going to be addressed by the new coaching staff. Whiteboards will be smashed if you are not set up in the right place next season. Maybe a little bit more of an ass chewing coming from Will Muschamp if you are not in the right positions next year. I think those things maybe change a little bit with the different coach. But you're happy to see Jelani McDonald come back for that year. And then you start to look at all those young players around the safety room that we've been really excited about for the last couple of years and where they're going to be. And Xavier Filsaime, one of those names. Derek Williams, one of those names. Jonah Williams, definitely one of those names that are really exciting guys in the safety room. Jordan Johnson-Rubel played well last season as well. You also have Zealous Hicks as a guy that people are excited about for this roster that are all coming back to you in that safety room. So you feel pretty well. You feel pretty good about a lot of the things that you could add in this safety room. You also added Yaheem Riley and Torrey Davis as safeties as well in recruiting. Those guys probably not playing as much, but they are depth pieces for you. And you have a lot of young talent that you feel good about. Now, granted, one of these guys could get moved to star as well. You could say one of them are going to check down because we just have so many guys. There may be a little bit of a log jam. I know they like to rotate, or Sark likes to rotate. We'll see what Muschamp wants to do. But between Derek Williams, between Filsaime, between Jonah Williams, Jordan Johnson-Rubel, a lot of guys to get on the field. So you could see maybe they'll try out one of those guys at star if they don't have another guy that's ready to go in that position. But right now you feel pretty good about that safety room. I don't mind if you find somebody else you want to put in there that you really trust, that you want to go get, that if Muschamp has a guy or Gideon has a guy that they like a lot, all for adding them. But you feel like there's a lot of young guys that we've been excited about in that room right now still.
Yeah, I really wanted him to go after Jonel Aguero from Georgia, but he ended up at Ole Miss. Oh, well, sorry, guys. I'm really excited about this safety room. I think Derek Williams is a tremendous fit for what Will Muschamp likes to do at one of those safety spots. I think Filsaime is going to play a lot this year, and I think he's going to play well. I obviously feel great about Jelani McDonald, and I think that Jonah Williams is a budding superstar. I think he's going to be right there in the mix and play really well. I also really like Zealous Hicks a lot. Jordan Johnson-Rubel can play at safety or at the star position, or play linebacker. He can do a bunch of different things. I wouldn't mind if they went out and added a veteran safety somewhere in there that could be a depth piece. But, and I don't want to put too much pressure on the kid, so I'm just saying that first. One of the most annoying things that people do, and I'm about to do it, is they say, who can be the next this, right?
Yeah.
In last year, it was who can be the next, Matthew Golden or whatever.
Yes.
This year it's going. This year, sorry, last year it was who can be the next Jade Barron.
Yeah.
Right. And then this year it's going to be who can be the next Grayson Littleton, the freshman in the secondary that nobody thinks anything about, isn't talking about heading into the season, and then comes in and plays a lot of snaps. If I had to pick one guy on the roster in the secondary to do that as a true freshman, it's Yaheem Riley. He is a special player. He hasn't gotten a lot of recruiting pub, but he is going to be, I believe at least, that he is going to be a very, very special player in Austin. He can do a lot of different things. He's incredibly athletic. He's incredibly smooth. He's great in coverage. So I really like him a lot at safety, and maybe he plays a little bit next year. Also, I forgot to mention with the corners before we move on, Cohen Brown and Jermaine Bishop can both play corner as well if you get really into a pinch. They did both in high school. So lot of young talent in that secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yaheem Riley falls into the world for me of could he be the next one of those guys? I don't think he is his freshman season. Like, that's a lot. That's a big jump in the level of play and everything from LBJ to where he's at. But I do agree with you that as a guy from the city of Austin, Texas, could fall into that world that we've seen of some of these guys who have just been like, no, we all came from here and we want to play here. And they know the right training people and everything else in this city to get better and better and better. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if he maybe plays a little bit and then next season plays a little bit more. And then by his junior year, you're like, dude, this Riley dude's amazing. I could definitely see that for him. It's just really, really hard to make that transition for anybody unless you're a super special player. But I'm with you. And it's always fun to see the kids from Austin play here at Texas. It just makes it a lot more fun to watch. So I'm all on board with that one. But I think that, really for me, it's like it's a star position for me of, can you find that safety star? Like, where do you add a star that can play safety too? Or do you have a safety there that you're going to take out of that safety room and put at the star position more? And then you want to put another safety in there to add depth. That to me is kind of the piece that I think between the safety room that I go, they have to either be able to, you're either taking a guy out of the safety room to help you out at the star if you're moving Grayson Littleton over, or you're going to add another, or you're going to add somebody that you feel can go into that room. But I don't necessarily know you definitely, I know Sark likes to rotate guys, but you are saying between McDonald, Filsamy, Williams, Jordan Johnson-Rubel, Jonah Williams, and Dallas Hicks, that's 6 guys you can play. That I think can be on the field, and I'm not overly worried about them being on the field. So if you have 6 guys that can be in a rotation right now, you may not need out of 7th unless you're also kind of sharing some of that room with the star.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree. I think that if this secondary adds a piece whatsoever in the transfer portal going forward, it'll probably be at corner, because I do think they feel really good about the back end.
Yeah, it just does feel like, I think you could add somebody on the outside and keep Grayson Littleton at the star as well, depending on who's out there and who you go get. But we keep hearing that they like to move Grayson Littleton outside and give him a better chance to, be a really star DB. Now, granted, you could have that playing out in your head too, and then you put him on the outside and start practicing with it and go, no, you should say a star. You're really, really good at that. Because we've seen that with some guys that just fit really into something and maybe take a little bit longer to get where they want to go. But overall, when we go through the depth of this roster, the reason I did this is I started looking at it because it was seeing the piece that we had 81 scholarships, and I was like, I thought we were so much less than that for some reason. In my head, the amount of players that left made me feel like we were nowhere close to recouping what we were at. But then you talk about the newcomers coming in, the freshmen coming in, the natural attrition of a program, then you go, okay, it's not as bad as we thought it was. We're at 82 scholarship players right now. You're definitely going to try and add 3 or 4 more offensive linemen. You're probably adding somebody else in that secondary. You're probably adding another linebacker. So like you're starting to go, there's a couple more pieces. We know they're talking to an edge as well. There's definitely a lot more pieces that you're going to go, we'll have more scholarship players this year than we had last year, because it's going from 85 to 105 you can have, and you'll be a little bit more ready. So depth-wise, there are still some positions they're a little bit thin at. Offensive line and linebacker being the two biggest by far that they're a little bit thinner at. But, I think that we knew that was going to be the case going in. So I don't think the attrition has necessarily killed them in any position we didn't know was going to hurt them already.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm excited to see where they go, man. I have a lot of faith in these young kids that are playing next year and getting some real cracks at playing time. I mean, Wardell Mack still hasn't necessarily announced whether he's leaving or staying. It was just reported that he was planning on entering the portal, so I don't know what's actually going to end up happening there. I assume he's coming back. If he is indeed out there, I feel really good about him at star, especially in Muschamp's defense. So I think we'll call it a nickelback just for the sake of making it easier for everybody. I think that your two corners and a nickel with Littleton, Cade Phillips, and Wardell Mack is a really good group as your starters. So we'll see where it goes. I have full faith that Muschamp is going to put the best players he possibly can at those positions, and they're going to thrive.
Yeah, I'm all for it. I think it's going to be good. But yeah, I just want to go through the exercise with you today, Matt, and kind of look at what's there. Maybe quell a little bit more of the freak out that is happening across Texas. I get it's still a line, still somewhat a linebacker. It's been there. Matt and I both believe there is a plan there, that they have shown they're willing to spend the money. They're showing they're willing to come out there and do it this offseason. So I think it will be done. Would I love to have Seton signed tomorrow before our show and then we all feel much, much better? Yes. Do I think that is a possibility? Really, no. I honestly don't know if we're going to get another big name before Friday, to be honest with you, at this point, because we didn't have the visits for a little while. We may not get that offensive line name by Friday. That does not mean we have to panic.
Yeah, I think that the Seton sweepstakes, that's actually a lot harder to say than people realize. I think that'll probably be wrapped up by the end of the weekend, whichever way he ends up deciding to go. Yeah. If Texas is probably going to get a visit from him, and I would imagine they will get the first visit from him. So that is something to keep an eye on. But yeah, you may have a name or two trickle in during the week that you're not necessarily too excited about, but I think they'll have the majority of their offensive line plan done by the end of the national championship portal window, at least.
Yeah. I think that's safe to say. Yeah, I think that's about it. Yeah, because we definitely could see something else happen this weekend after portal people come in and then sit down with their families and make their decision on, Saturday or Sunday. It gets announced, they tell them, and everything gets reported on. But yeah, and then I think there's just another window that's going to open up after the championship. I'll have to look up, to see when that window actually is. I don't know how many days after the national championship that window opens, and it's NCAA, so it may open 12 seconds after the national championship. Who knows?
Yeah, I want to say it opens like the night of or the next day, and then it's a 5-day thing.
Yeah.
And then there will be names that are added after that for everybody in college football. So we'll see. I really wish I could tell you guys who in this football game on Monday that I'm going to be watching, hoping that they end up entering the transfer portal and going to Texas, but I don't want to ruin anything, so I can't do
it. Yeah, no, we're not jinxing anything. We're going to keep it going, and we'll figure this out. We're going to take our second break real quick, so we'll do that, and we'll be able to go finish till the end of the show, where we can talk some Texas basketball versus Vanderbilt tonight, get to our meathead of the day, wrap things up here on a Wednesday edition of Open Gym. But we still got basketball talk coming on the other side of this 2.5-minute break. We just want to get it out of the way because I don't want to start talking basketball and then miss the break. So we're going to hit the break real quick, and we'll be back, talk basketball and whatever else you guys got before we get out of here. Love talking with you on the chat here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Hayden Covert. Welcome to Covert Buick GMC of Bee Cave, your home in the Hill Country for new and pre-owned Buick and GMC vehicles. With beautiful inventory arriving daily, including the GMC Yukon, Sierra 1500, and Buick Enclave, you'll be certain to find the perfect vehicle at an incredible deal. Our service department is also open for all your vehicle maintenance needs. Visit us today for a test drive. Covert, born and raised in Austin. We are professional grade.
Altstadt Beer, the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas. Y'all know I've been a fan of Altstadt for years now, and if you try it, I think you will be too. If you've already tried it, you know exactly what I am talking about. Altstadt is brewed locally in Fredericksburg, but available all over the state of Texas. So if you're tuned in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, it does not matter. You can find Altstadt at a local grocery store or liquor store. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. The lager, the Kolsch, those are their two flagship beers, both award winners. They are fantastic. The Altstadt Light sacrifices on calories but does not sacrifice on the taste. They've got great pills, tons of great seasonals as well. I'm telling you, one sip and you won't go back to the other beers you've been drinking in the past. It is the official beer of BK. It should be the official beer of you as well. It's Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
Hey y'all, I'm Camille McKay.
And I'm Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
The old man and I are here to give you your summer weather forecast. It's hot.
That's right, kid.
Which means it's time for pool parties, grilling burgers, and taking a beach vacation, right?
Well, I don't know about a vacation, but Audiovisual brings more heat than any tropical destination.
It was worth a shot. I'll settle for some outdoor speakers.
You know, Audiovisual can do a lot more than that. We provide outdoor video screens, audio systems, landscape lighting, even solar shades for your patio to keep the Texas heat at bay.
Well, I'm sold. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to lounge on a floaty and listen to some smooth jazz.
Well, that sounds wonderful, but some smooth reggae is the way to go this summer.
Good thing we can listen to both with the Sonos sound system. I call dibs on the floaty, though. Peace out.
Kid, wait a second. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit us at avconsultations.com. That's 512-255-8678.
Welcome back in here to Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered as we get to the end of the show here on a Wednesday. Really good one. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us. And tonight, Matt, we get Texas returning to the Moody Center after a huge win on the road against Alabama. And they are playing Vanderbilt, who has not lost this season. This is an undefeated team. They didn't have a super hard schedule, but they played some decent teams. So they have played teams that Texas probably would have lost to, especially earlier in the season. Some teams that have beaten other good teams. So this is not, it's not all just the powder puff schedule that, you know, Texas played a lot of those teams as well. But this is a game that matching up wise, there's not necessarily a huge size advantage for Vanderbilt. They do have a big 6'10" dude who's going to go inside with Modest and play him hard. So they do have that guy. They're not necessarily, Jalen Washington is the dude who's going to be trying to protect the paint the most, average 1.4 blocks per game. He's 6'10", 240. That is a guy you're going to watch out for inside. But the big piece is the big difference between this team and Alabama is this team plays defense. And Alabama doesn't really play defense that well. This Alabama team just doesn't, and so they're getting beaten by a lot of teams. Vanderbilt has been not necessarily the most over-the-top exciting team in the world. They haven't been, killing everybody, but they play extremely, extremely consistent basketball, which if you have watched Texas basketball in your life, probably, but I'll say this season, that is not a factor that we can say about Texas basketball is that they have been consistent. So they consistently give you pressure throughout a game, and it tends to get to teams. They finish well, Vanderbilt does. Tends to get to teams. And these are things that get to a Texas team as well. So at the end of the day, this one does feel like a really hard matchup. This feels like a much harder matchup than it was against Alabama, because in Alabama, it turned into a shooting game at some point, and Alabama was missing it. You were able to run them off the three-point line. You were able to never let them get comfortable shooting threes. Vanderbilt shoots threes well. They can score in other ways, though. And that is something that Alabama did not want to do as well. So, yes, they have some guys who can light it up. Tyler Nickel is shooting lights out. He's shooting 47.5%. And this is the thing to know when you're shooting 47.5%, that he has taken 123s and he is shooting 47.5%. That's really, really good. He is somebody that Tremont Mark is probably going to get tasked with a lot. Dalen Swain will get tasked with him some too. He maybe even Cam Heide at points. I'm probably thinking you're probably going to try and stick Tremont Mark on him a little bit more, though, because he can light you up. Tyler Tanner, again, you're right, Randy, a true point guard, 6 foot tall, but that dude can score in a bunch of different ways. He can assist. He averaged 5.4 assists a game. How much would we love to say that for anybody on Texas? They move the ball well. He can create and get the ball back out to guys. I don't know who Jordan Pope guards in this game. And so this could be a game where unless Jordan Pope is hot for 2 games in a row, which God bless him if he is, I've never seen it happen in my life. So if Jordan Pope is hot for 2 games in a row, then you have to leave him in. But if he starts missing shots, you have to play Simeon Wilcher. You have to. You cannot leave Jordan Pope out there a lot because Tanner's going to go for 40. Like, he's going to be able to score on you because the other guy they got is a senior in Duke Miles, and he can score. He's their second leading scorer. So Jordan Pope's got to guard one of those 2 guys, and, you know, you're just going to be able to try and get him. And if you're Jordan Pope, your main goal in this game is make Tanner pass. Make him pass. He's a really good passer, but then it's not your fault. If he's hitting guys and the rest of the team ain't there, you're doing your job. But if you can't do your job, then you can't be on the court. But if he's passing and hitting guys, Jordan Pope can't stop that. That's the rest of the team, and then that's where you need Dalen Swain and Modest and Traore and Mark and Swain, like all those guys. They got to be there. Kendall Weaver. If Kendall Weaver can come out and actually play some really good defense, I don't even need his offense as much. Then it makes you feel it. I will say, earlier today, I saw the line at 7.5. I just looked in the break, and when Chip and Zay were on, they said 4.5. I looked in the break, it said 3.5. That is a massive movement on the line. That's a massive movement. Now, that either means there's a ton of money coming in on Texas or something has happened, and there's a reason why people are betting it. My guess is it's a little bit of both, that maybe they got some intel that somebody's not 100% for Vanderbilt, and also that people are just betting on Texas. I wouldn't put this bet at 3.5. At 7.5, I felt better about taking Texas. I thought that's that's an easier level for me to bet on. But when I was reading it this morning and I was talking to people were saying take Vandy +7 or -7.5. So now that it's a 3.5, unless there's something that happened that I don't have intel, I was looking on Twitter. I was trying to figure out if I can find it. I don't have a Vanderbilt basketball insider that I can call or text to figure out why we're getting that. But that's an interesting piece for tonight's game. It's at 8:00. So that probably wouldn't be announced until after our show anyway, if someone's going to be out or if someone's going to be limited. But it does lead you to believe that at least somewhere they believe that some people believe that Texas has a much better shot in this game. You have to be able to play defense, though, for 40 minutes because this is a game. So against Alabama, what I say? You got to hold them under 90, and you won 92-88. You have to score 90 in this game to win. And I don't think they can do it. I think you have to score 85-90 in this game to win. Because what you're going to hold them to, this offense is pretty good. They're pretty consistent. You look to them to score 80 points pretty easily. So it means you have to score 85. Because, again, I don't think your defense is actually slowing anybody really down. Again, you played Alabama and you won that game. You let them score 88 points. It's not good defense. Most defense, Texas defense overall is, you're allowing teams to score like 74, 75 points a game because you played some bad teams. So you're really on there. Alabama's letting people score like 80 on them. So that was why you had a better shot. Right now, Vanderbilt's letting teams score about 72 points on them per game. So that's the issue. They've had some good teams, held them defensively. You need your offense to hit on everything here. Sean Miller wants to play offense. That's what Sean Miller wants. Now, he wants his guys to try on the defensive end and play defense, but that's not how this team was built. That's not what Sean Miller coaches. He wants them to play offense. And so for Texas to have a shot in this game, they need to score and score a lot. And so if that is Jordan Pope getting hot again, if that's Dalen Swain having another 30, 40-point game, getting inside. If that's Modest finally figuring it out and getting inside and being able to play over 20 minutes. Those are the ways they're able to go down. But Texas is going to have a tough road tonight because consistency and playing on both sides of the court are not things Texas does very well, Matt.
No, it's not. This is probably the most inconsistent team in the SEC. And that's where we are right now. I was looking at Vanderbilt's schedule. They beat Alabama already, who Texas just beat, who's a good team. They beat Memphis by 7. I don't know if Memphis is good or not, but they usually are pretty solid. So that's a big win. But like outside of that, they have not really had a close game this season. I mean, they beat Western Kentucky by 5. Almost every other game they've played has been an absolute splattering.
Yeah. SMU has some good players. Wake Forest has some good players. Memphis has some good players. And then you look at like LSU and South Carolina that are not top guys in the SEC either. So they haven't necessarily played the hardest schedule. But again, what you said was right there, man. They're not playing games really close. They're consistently getting on you, and then they finish really well. So this is not a team that you're down by 8 and you're able to make that run and go beat them. They're just not that team. Like they've been finishing these games. So it makes it a little bit more difficult if you're not consistently in it to have that run and come back later in the game. So I'm not, I'm rooting for Texas. I'm all in on let's go win this game and let's make Patrick look like an idiot for questioning Sean Miller. Let's do it. Let's make me look like an idiot. Go win games. But I would say right now I wouldn't be taking the 3.5 points. I'd be saying this looks like Vanderbilt's probably going to win by, 8 to 10.
I hope Sean Miller watches a lot of Open Gym and he's gotten some motivation from Patrick. But I'm not sure if that's the case or not. Probably not, I would imagine. But he should watch Open Gym. This point guard matchup with Jordan Pope and what's the Vanderbilt kid's name?
Tyler
the 6-foot kid, Tyler Tanner. I don't feel great about it, but what I hope that I see in this basketball game is those guys just going bucket for bucket. The odds are that probably is not going to happen because Patrick is right. You do not typically see back-to-back awesome games by Jordan Pope. Hell, you rarely see an awesome game from Jordan Pope, let alone 2 in a row. So we'll see where it goes. The eternal optimist in me says that Texas can keep this thing close. The realist in me thinks Vanderbilt's going to win by 12 to 15 points.
Yeah. And Randy, I get it. It's like you got to go out and play fast. You just have to score. That's it. You have to score. You can't have lost possessions. You can't turn the ball over. You can't have lost possessions. Also, guess what? Vandy doesn't turn the ball over very much. Vandy's just really they're just very consistent, and that's why they've been able to go. So they're one of these teams that's going to have a really good regular season, and then when you get to the tournament, it becomes a little bit more questionable because you start to play like lots of better teams. But for teams like us, that's not good for us because we're not there yet. We're not at we're a tournament team, but we're not necessarily one of the top teams. This team is. We'll see what Tyler Tanner's able to turn into. Is Tyler Nickel able to stay that hot? That's another big question. Are you going to, is Tyler Nickel going to have, 21 points on 7 threes? And then, but Joe, and I get it, but Traore's a mess on offense. And again, you're not a defensive team. So I get we got to play defense, but it's like, how many guys can we put out there for just defense? I'd say 0 and win. So you have to have Modest to come in, get some guys in foul trouble. He's just got to continue to grow. And you need Modest to grow because you want Modest to be good next season. And you want him to come back and be good next season. So you need that as well. Let's get to our beat out of the day real quick, Matt, before we get out of here. This is what Sean Miller is going to act to like me. If I ever have in the press corps asking Sean Miller a question, he's going to treat me like Sean Payton treated this reporter today.
Oh boy.
Green line back for this game, his ability to attack downhill and in the run game. Just how big is that and the timing of it for this one?
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know. All right, that's right. But have him attacking downhill. It's good to have a healthy Dre Greenlaw back in the game. Yeah.
Their quarterback.
Sean Payton, I don't know what beef he has with that reporter, but that was a real asshole response to a pretty easy question.
Yeah. Who are they playing this week? The Bills?
Yes.
Go Bills. F Sean Payton. Screw that,
That was
guy. What kind of response is that?
To go, is your linebacker back to attack downhill? You don't even know what that means. Like, say, yeah, it's great to have him back. There must be something between those guys. And that's what I said. Sean Miller's going to treat me like that if I ever. Oh, what do you know about that? Yo, shut up. So we'll get to that.
Yeah. Look, just real quick. I'm not a football coach. None of the guys in the media room at Texas are a football coach. People ask Steve Sarkisian questions like that all the time.
Yes.
And he's always like, that's a fantastic point. Let me tell you why. Not, you don't know anything, you idiot.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing?
He didn't even criticize him. He just said, is it good to have this guy back to attack downhill, just to add a little bit more to a question? And Sean Payton was coming after him. So I don't know what problem he has with him, but I guarantee that after the fact, someone from Denver was like, "Now, hey, guess what? You get to apologize to that guy now. You didn't have to. You could just answer his question, but now you have to apologize because you can't be an ass like that. Not okay." All right, we've got to get out of here. Couple hours till Texas versus Vanderbilt. That's over on ESPN2 if you want to watch that game. We'll talk about that tomorrow, and hopefully, they'll have 4 more offensive linemen that are in the portal and committed. All the best players in college football are all committed to Texas by tomorrow. We'll go into that a little bit more. Get more ready for divisional weekend, national championship game on Monday as we continue on a Thursday edition of Open Gym tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean. We'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.